Hey, ever wonder what happened when someone really ticked off a pharaoh? Sure, we all know Egypt for its shiny pyramids and golden treasures, but behind those postcard-perfect monuments was a world of backstabbing courtiers, murderous queens, and tomb robbers who'd slit your throat for a decent bracelet. Tonight, we're diving into the bloody underbelly of the land of the pharaohs. Murder wasn't just illegal in ancient Egypt. It was cosmic vandalism. Kill someone, and you've basically kicked Mut. That's divine order, truth, and justice rolled into one, right in the teeth. The pharaoh had to fix this mess, usually by having you burned alive or impaled for public entertainment. Fun times. Later, Greek writers described some truly creative punishments that would make modern horror movies look tame. Here's our problem, though. Unlike those Mesopotamian show-offs with their fancy law codes, Egypt didn't leave us a neat murder for dummies manual. We're stuck piecing together royal decrees, random court papyri, and accounts from foreign tourists who probably got half the story wrong. It's like CSI, ancient Egypt, but with 90% of the evidence missing and written in hieroglyphs. Lucky us. So what exactly happened if you decided to take someone's life in ancient Egypt? Well, buckle up, because Egyptian justice wasn't exactly known for its mercy. If you committed premeditated murder or high treason, you were basically signing your own death warrant. And not the quick, painless kind either. The Egyptians had turned execution into a public spectacle that would make medieval Europe take notes. Let's start with the basics. According to surviving records and later classical authors, intentional homicide was a capital crime throughout Egyptian history. This wasn't some progressive legal development either. From the earliest dynasties, killing another person deliberately was seen as such a fundamental violation of cosmic order that only death could restore the balance. The pharaoh, as the living embodiment of divine justice, had both the authority and the obligation to ensure that murderers faced the ultimate penalty. What's particularly striking is how consistent this remained across 3 millennia of Egyptian civilization. From the pyramid builders of the Old Kingdom right through to Cleopatra's Ptolemaic dynasty. The methods of execution, however, were where things got really creative, and by creative, I mean absolutely horrifying. Impalement was probably the most common form of capital punishment for serious crimes. Now, when we say impalement, we're not talking about some quick thrust through the heart. Egyptian impalement was a slow, agonizing process designed to maximize both suffering and public impact. The condemned would be forced onto a sharpened wooden stake, which would be driven through their body, often starting from the rectum and emerging somewhere around the chest or shoulder. The victim would then be left to die slowly, sometimes taking hours or even days, while crowds gathered to witness divine justice in action. But impalement wasn't the only option in the Egyptian executioner's toolkit. Burning alive was reserved for the most heinous crimes, particularly those involving family members. Later sources, especially Diodorus Siculus, writing in the 1st century BCE, describe how patricides and matricides would be tortured before being burned alive in public squares. The process apparently involved binding the condemned with reeds soaked in oil, then setting them ablaze while they were still conscious. The screams could be heard across the city, serving as a powerful deterrent to anyone contemplating similar crimes. For those who betrayed the pharaoh directly, the punishments could be even more elaborate. Crucifixion, though more commonly associated with Roman practice, was also used in Egypt, particularly during the later periods. The condemned would be nailed or tied to wooden crosses and left to die of exposure, dehydration, and exhaustion. What made Egyptian crucifixion particularly brutal was that it was often combined with other tortures first. Criminals might have their eyes gouged out, their tongues cut off, or their limbs broken before being fixed to the cross. Decapitation was another method, though it seems to have been reserved for political prisoners and those of higher social status. There's something almost merciful about a quick beheading compared to the alternatives, which probably explains why it was considered a more honorable form of execution. The head would typically be displayed on a spike afterward, both to confirm the criminal's death and to serve as a warning to others. Archaeological evidence from various periods shows that severed heads were sometimes buried separately from bodies, suggesting that this practice was both real and widespread. Drowning was used occasionally, particularly for crimes committed near the Nile or involving violations of religious taboos related to the river. The condemned would be weighted down with stones and thrown into the sacred waters, which the Egyptians believed would purify both the land and the criminal's soul. There's a certain poetic justice to this method. The Nile that gave life to Egypt also served as an instrument of divine retribution. What's particularly fascinating about Egyptian executions is how public they were. These weren't hidden affairs carried out in prison dungeons. They were major civic events designed to reinforce social order and religious authority. Executions typically took place in temple courtyards, palace squares, or other prominent public spaces where large crowds could gather. The spectacle served multiple purposes. It satisfied the public's desire for vengeance, demonstrated the pharaoh's power and commitment to justice, and provided a visceral reminder of what happened to those who violated Ma'at. The public nature of these executions also had a religious dimension. Egyptians believed that witnessing divine justice being carried out was itself a sacred act that helped maintain cosmic balance. Crowds would often chant prayers or hymns during executions, turning the entire event into a kind of religious ceremony. The condemned criminal became a sacrificial offering to Ma'at, their suffering serving to restore the harmony they had disrupted through their crimes. Now, not every crime warranted death, of course. Egyptian justice operated on a sliding scale of punishments based on the severity of the offense and the social status of both the perpetrator and the victim. For lesser violent crimes, particularly those that didn't result in death, the punishments were still brutal by modern standards, but fell short of execution. Beatings were extremely common, administered with rods, whips, or flails in public settings. The number of lashes corresponded to the crime's severity, ranging from a dozen for minor theft to hundreds for serious assault. Mutilation was another popular non-lethal punishment, and Egyptian creativity really shined here. Thieves might have their hands cut off, ensuring they could never steal again. Adulterers could lose their noses, marking them permanently as sexual criminals. False witnesses had their tongues removed, preventing them from lying in court again. These punishments weren't just about immediate suffering. They were designed to brand criminals for life, making their crimes visible to everyone they encountered afterward. One particularly Egyptian form of punishment was the removal of specific body parts based on the crime committed. A scribe who forged documents might lose the fingers of his writing hand. A guard who fell asleep on duty could have his ears cut off. A messenger who delivered false news might be blinded. There was a certain twisted logic to these punishments. They not only caused pain, but also made it impossible for the criminal to repeat their specific offense. Forced labor was also widely used, particularly for economic crimes. Criminals would be sentenced to work on royal building projects, in mines, or in quarries for specified periods. This wasn't just community service. It was back-breaking labor under harsh conditions that killed many of those sentenced to it. The great pyramids and temples of Egypt were built partly by the sweat and blood of convicted criminals, their forced contributions becoming permanent monuments to Egyptian justice. Archaeological evidence provides stark confirmation that these punishments were real and regularly applied. Excavations at various Egyptian sites have uncovered skeletons showing clear signs of judicial violence. Skulls with holes suggesting impalement, bones with cut marks indicating dismemberment, and remains showing evidence of burning all point to a justice system that didn't hesitate to use extreme physical punishment. Some of the most compelling evidence comes from mass burial sites, where executed criminals were dumped without proper mummification or burial goods, their bodies bearing the marks of their final punishments. One particularly disturbing archaeological find comes from a site near Memphis, where excavators discovered a large pit containing dozens of skeletons, many showing signs of violent death. Cut marks on neck vertebrae suggest mass decapitation, while burn marks on some bones indicate that some victims were burned alive. Carbon dating places these remains in the Middle Kingdom period, confirming that mass executions were indeed part of Egyptian judicial practice. Other archaeological evidence includes torture devices and execution implements found in various Egyptian sites. Iron spikes, bronze knives, and wooden stakes have been discovered in contexts suggesting their use in judicial punishments. Temple reliefs and tomb paintings also depict various forms of execution and torture, though these are often stylized and may not represent exact historical reality. The contrast with Mesopotamian legal traditions is striking and reveals fundamental differences in how these two great civilizations approach justice and social order. Mesopotamia, with its famous law codes like Hammurabi's Code, emphasized written legal precedents, proportional punishments, and the possibility of financial compensation for many crimes. The famous principle of an eye for an eye was actually quite progressive for its time, establishing clear limits on retribution and offering alternatives to physical punishment. Egyptian law, by contrast, seems to have been much more flexible and discretionary, with pharaohs and their appointed judges having broad authority to determine punishments based on circumstances. While this allowed for more nuanced justice in some cases, it also opened the door to arbitrary and excessive punishments. A pharaoh, having a bad day, might order a particularly brutal execution for a crime that would normally warrant a lesser penalty. Mesopotamian law codes also provided more protections for defendants, including procedures for appeals and requirements for evidence. Egyptian justice, at least as far as we can tell from surviving records, was much more summary. If the pharaoh or his representatives decided you were guilty, that was pretty much the end of the discussion. There were no lengthy trials, no defense attorneys, and certainly no appeals process. The role of social class in determining punishment also differed significantly between the two systems. While both civilizations had class-based justice to some extent, Mesopotamian codes at least acknowledged that nobles and commoners should face similar punishments for similar crimes, even if the reality didn't always match the ideal. Egyptian justice was explicitly hierarchical, with different punishments for different social classes. A noble who killed a peasant might face a fine or temporary exile, while a peasant who killed a noble would certainly die, and probably quite horribly. Religious considerations also played a much larger role in Egyptian justice than in Mesopotamian law. While both cultures saw their legal systems as divinely sanctioned, Egyptians took this much further, treating every crime as a religious offense that disrupted cosmic order. This explains why Egyptian punishments were often so extreme. They weren't just deterring crime or seeking revenge. They were performing religious rituals designed to restore universal harmony. The documentation of Egyptian law is also notably different from Mesopotamian practice. While we have numerous Mesopotamian law codes carved in stone and intended for public display, Egyptian legal documents are much more scattered and informal. Royal decrees, court records, and administrative papyri provide glimpses of legal practice. But there's no comprehensive legal code that we can point to and say, this is how Egyptian law worked. This difference in documentation probably reflects different approaches to law itself. Mesopotamian rulers wanted their laws to be known and understood by their subjects, carved in stone for all to see and study. Egyptian pharaohs, by contrast, may have preferred to keep legal procedures more mysterious and discretionary. maintaining the aura of divine wisdom that surrounded their decisions. Why explain your legal reasoning when you're literally a god on earth? The efficiency of Egyptian justice, if we can call it that, was also remarkable in its speed. While Mesopotamian legal procedures could drag on for months or years, Egyptian justice was typically swift and final. A criminal caught in the act might be executed the same day, with minimal investigation or deliberation. This speed served the system's ideological purposes. Divine justice was immediate and certain, not something that required lengthy human deliberation. Archaeological evidence suggests that public executions were elaborate affairs that could last for days. Criminals might be tortured publicly before their final execution, with different torments applied on successive days to maximize both suffering and public education. Food and drink vendors would set up around execution sites, turning these grim events into something approaching festivals. The line between justice and entertainment was apparently quite thin in ancient Egypt. The psychological impact of these public spectacles on Egyptian society must have been profound. Growing up in a culture where brutal executions were regular public events would certainly shape one's understanding of authority, morality, and the consequences of transgression. The fear of ending up as the central figure in one of these spectacles must have been a powerful force for social conformity. Regional variations in Egyptian justice also add complexity to our understanding. While the pharaoh was the ultimate legal authority, local governors and officials had considerable discretion in handling crimes within their jurisdictions. This could lead to significant differences in how similar crimes were punished in different parts of Egypt. A murderer in the Nile Delta might face a different fate than one in Upper Egypt, depending on local customs and the personality of regional officials. The role of confession in Egyptian justice is another interesting aspect that differs from modern legal systems. Egyptian courts apparently placed great emphasis on extracting confessions from the accused, often through torture. A criminal who confessed might receive a slightly less brutal execution, while those who maintained their innocence to the end faced the full fury of Egyptian justice. This emphasis on confession served both practical and religious purposes. It simplified legal proceedings while also providing the spiritual satisfaction of forcing criminals to acknowledge their violations of Ma'at. Women faced particular challenges within the Egyptian justice system, though their treatment varied significantly based on social class and the nature of their crimes. Noble women accused of crimes against the royal family, such as adultery or conspiracy, might face private execution to avoid public scandal. Common women, however, received no such consideration and were executed publicly alongside male criminals. Pregnant women typically had their executions delayed until after giving birth, though both mother and child would ultimately face death if the crime warranted it. The treatment of foreign criminals in Egypt also reveals interesting aspects of Egyptian legal thinking. Foreigners accused of crimes against Egyptians were typically treated more harshly than native criminals, reflecting the xenophobic tendencies that ran through Egyptian culture. However, foreign diplomats and merchants often enjoyed special protections that could spare them from the worst punishments, especially if their home countries were important Egyptian allies or trading partners. Children presented special challenges for Egyptian justice, though the evidence suggests that young criminals were not spared from harsh punishment. Children old enough to understand right from wrong, typically around age 12 or 13, could face the same punishments as adults for serious crimes. Younger children might be enslaved or given to temples rather than executed. But there was no concept of juvenile justice as we understand it today. The integration of magical and religious practices into Egyptian legal proceedings adds another layer of complexity to our understanding. Courts might consult oracles, use divine statues to identify criminals, or employ magical texts to determine guilt or innocence. These practices weren't seen as supplementing human judgment, but as accessing divine wisdom that surpassed any merely human legal reasoning. The economic aspects of Egyptian justice also deserve consideration. While execution was the preferred punishment for serious crimes, practical considerations sometimes intervened. A skilled craftsman or valuable slave might receive mutilation rather than death, preserving their economic value while still satisfying the demands of justice. The state's financial interests could thus moderate the severity of punishment, though this was more likely to benefit the wealthy than the poor. The evolution of Egyptian punishment practices over the civilization's long history shows both continuity and change. While the basic principle that murder warranted death remained constant, the specific methods of execution evolved, often influenced by foreign conquest and cultural exchange. The Persian occupation introduced new forms of torture, while the Ptolemaic period saw Greek influences on Egyptian legal practice. However, the fundamental Egyptian approach to justice, swift, public, and brutal, remained remarkably consistent across millennia. One of the most chilling aspects of Egyptian justice was its capacity for collective punishment. When someone committed a particularly heinous crime, especially treason against the pharaoh, their entire family might face execution or enslavement. This practice served both as a deterrent and as a way to eliminate potential sources of future rebellion. Children of traitors were considered inherently untrustworthy, their very existence a threat to royal security. The documentation of Egyptian punishments in art and literature also provides insights into how the culture viewed these practices. Temple reliefs depicting the pharaoh's enemies being tortured or executed weren't just historical records. They were propaganda designed to demonstrate royal power and divine favor. Literary texts describing punishments served similar purposes, reinforcing social hierarchies and religious beliefs through graphic descriptions of what happened to those who violated divine order. The psychological sophistication of Egyptian punishment practices is also worth noting. The system wasn't just designed to cause physical pain, but to maximize psychological terror and social humiliation. Public torture and execution stripped criminals of their dignity and humanity, transforming them into negative examples that reinforced social norms. The spectacle aspect of these punishments was carefully choreographed to produce maximum impact on witnesses. Medical knowledge also played a role in Egyptian execution practices. Egyptian physicians' understanding of anatomy allowed them to design tortures that would maximize suffering while keeping victims alive as long as possible. The gradual nature of impalement, for example, required considerable knowledge of human physiology to ensure that vital organs weren't immediately damaged. This medical sophistication made Egyptian executions particularly prolonged and agonizing. The role of religious purification in Egyptian justice adds another dimension to our understanding. Criminals weren't just punished for their crimes, they were also spiritually cleansed through suffering before death. This purification was seen as necessary for maintaining cosmic balance and ensuring that the criminal's soul could eventually find peace in the afterlife. The torture wasn't just revenge, it was a religious ritual with cosmic significance. The economic costs of Egyptian justice were also significant. Public executions required substantial resources: guards, executioners, equipment, and crowd control. The elaborate nature of these events suggests that Egyptian rulers considered them important enough to justify considerable expense. The fact that they continued for thousands of years indicates that they were seen as effective investments in social order. International reactions to Egyptian justice practices provide additional perspective on how these systems were viewed by outsiders. Greek and Roman observers often described Egyptian punishments with a mixture of fascination and horror, noting their extreme nature while sometimes admiring their effectiveness. These foreign accounts, while potentially biased, suggest that Egyptian justice was indeed as brutal as the archaeological and textual evidence suggests. The legacy of Egyptian justice practices can be traced through later legal systems in the region. While most civilizations eventually moved toward less brutal forms of punishment, the Egyptian emphasis on public spectacle and extreme penalties influenced legal traditions throughout the ancient Mediterranean world. The Roman amphitheater games, with their elaborate public executions disguised as entertainment, show clear Egyptian influence in their combination of justice, religion, and spectacle. The training and selection of Egyptian executioners also reveals interesting aspects of the system. These weren't random soldiers assigned to unpleasant duty. They were specialized professionals who understood the religious and political dimensions of their work. Executioners often came from specific families or social groups, passing their knowledge and techniques down through generations. Their expertise ensured that punishments were carried out correctly, maximizing both physical suffering and spiritual significance. The timing of Egyptian executions was also carefully considered, often coordinated with religious festivals or important state occasions. A pharaoh might delay an execution until a major celebration, using the spectacle to enhance the festival's impact and reinforce his own authority. Conversely, executions might be rushed to prevent criminals from dying of natural causes and thus escaping their full punishment. The geographic distribution of execution sites throughout Egypt shows the systematic nature of the justice system. Major cities had designated execution grounds, often located near temples or palaces, to emphasize the religious and political dimensions of the proceedings. These sites were carefully maintained and sometimes elaborately decorated, reflecting their importance in Egyptian society. The social rituals surrounding Egyptian executions were as important as the physical acts themselves. Specific prayers were recited, symbolic objects were displayed, and traditional costumes were worn by officials. These rituals transformed executions from mere violence into sacred ceremonies that reinforced cultural values and religious beliefs. The pageantry surrounding these events rivaled that of major religious festivals. The role of crowds in Egyptian executions deserves special attention. These weren't passive audiences, but active participants in the ritual of justice. Crowd reactions were carefully monitored and sometimes influenced through planted supporters or professional mourners. The emotional temperature of the crowd could affect the severity of punishment, with particularly enthusiastic audiences sometimes inspiring more elaborate tortures. Weather and seasonal considerations also played roles in Egyptian execution practices. Summer executions were particularly brutal due to the heat, which accelerated dehydration and increased suffering. Winter executions might be delayed to take advantage of better weather, or alternatively rushed to avoid the condemned escaping through death from exposure. The Egyptian climate thus became another tool in the arsenal of justice. The preservation of Egyptian execution sites as archaeological evidence provides unique insights into ancient justice practices. Unlike many other aspects of ancient life that must be reconstructed from texts and artistic representations, execution grounds offer physical evidence of how these systems actually operated. Tool marks on bones, burn patterns on stone surfaces, and the layout of execution platforms all contribute to our understanding of Egyptian justice. The international diplomatic implications of Egyptian justice practices also merit consideration. Foreign ambassadors and merchants who witnessed Egyptian executions carried reports back to their home countries, affecting Egypt's reputation and international relations. The extreme nature of Egyptian punishments sometimes served as effective deterrents to foreign aggression, as potential enemies feared the consequences of defeat. The evolution of Egyptian execution methods in response to practical challenges shows the adaptability of the system. When traditional methods proved insufficient for particular types of criminals or crimes, new techniques were developed. Foreign influences introduced new possibilities, while technological advances provided better tools for torture and execution. The system remained flexible while maintaining its core principles. The training manuals and instruction texts for Egyptian legal officials, though fragmentary, provide insights into how the system was taught and maintained across generations. These documents reveal the sophisticated understanding of human psychology and physiology that informed Egyptian punishment practices. They also show how legal procedures were standardized across the vast Egyptian territory. The role of Egyptian executions in maintaining royal legitimacy cannot be overstated. A pharaoh who failed to punish criminals appropriately risked appearing weak or having lost divine favor. Conversely, spectacular executions demonstrated divine approval and royal power. The elaborate nature of these events served as much to glorify the pharaoh as to punish the criminal. The therapeutic aspects of Egyptian justice, from the ancient perspective, also deserve mention. Egyptians believed that witnessing justice being done had healing effects on both individuals and society as a whole. Public executions were thus seen as medicine for social ills, curing the community of the spiritual pollution caused by crime. This medical metaphor appears frequently in Egyptian legal texts. The artistic representation of Egyptian punishments in tomb paintings and temple reliefs provides additional evidence of their importance in Egyptian culture. These depictions weren't just decorative. They were statements about cosmic order and divine justice. The consistent portrayal of certain punishment methods across different artistic traditions suggests that these practices were indeed standard throughout Egyptian history. The integration of Egyptian execution practices with the broader criminal justice system shows remarkable sophistication for an ancient civilization. Investigation procedures, evidence gathering, witness testimony, and judicial deliberation all fed into a system designed to ensure that the right people received the right punishments. While the outcomes were often brutal, the processes leading to them show considerable legal sophistication. The psychological profiles of Egyptian executioners and legal officials, as revealed through their own writings and contemporary accounts, provide fascinating insights into how these individuals justified their roles in such a brutal system. Many seem to have genuinely believed they were serving divine justice and maintaining cosmic order. This religious conviction apparently allowed them to carry out extreme punishments without the psychological trauma we might expect. The economic ripple effects of Egyptian justice practices extended far beyond the immediate costs of executions. The fear of punishment influenced trade relationships, labor practices, and social mobility throughout Egyptian society. The knowledge that crime could result in horrific death shaped daily behavior in ways that are difficult for modern people to fully appreciate. The technological innovations in Egyptian execution methods show the civilization's characteristic ingenuity applied to the darkest purposes. Improved metallurgy provided sharper blades for more efficient dismemberment. Engineering advances allowed for more elaborate torture devices. Even Egyptian excellence in precision and craftsmanship served the cause of judicial violence. The environmental impact of Egyptian execution practices, while seemingly minor, adds another dimension to our understanding. Mass executions required disposal of large numbers of bodies, affecting local ecosystems and public health. The locations chosen for execution sites had to balance visibility for deterrent effect with practical considerations like waste disposal and disease prevention. The role of Egyptian justice in shaping gender relations throughout the civilization provides insights into ancient attitudes toward women and crime. While women could face the same brutal punishments as men, the specific nature of their crimes and punishments often reflected gendered expectations about behavior and social roles. Female criminals were judged not just for their actions, but for their failures as women. The influence of Egyptian justice practices on the development of legal thinking throughout the ancient world. shows the civilization's far-reaching cultural impact. Egyptian approaches to crime and punishment spread through trade networks and conquest, influencing legal development in Africa, the Middle East, and the Mediterranean basin. These influences can be traced through later legal systems and cultural practices. The preservation of Egyptian execution equipment in museum collections worldwide provides tangible connections to these ancient practices. Seeing actual tools of Egyptian justice in person drives home the reality of these systems in ways that texts and artwork cannot. These artifacts serve as sobering reminders of humanity's capacity for both civilization and brutality. So there you have it, Egyptian justice in all its terrifying glory. A system where divine order was maintained through very human brutality, where crime was met with spectacle, and where the fear of ending up as the day's entertainment kept most people in line. It's a far cry from our modern notions of due process and proportional punishment, but it worked for one of history's longest-lasting civilizations. Sometimes the old ways were effective, even if they were absolutely horrifying. Now that we've established just how creatively brutal Egyptian justice could be, let's dive into our first era of ancient Egyptian crime, the Old Kingdom, spanning roughly 2686 to 2181 BCE. This was Egypt's first golden age, the pyramid-building era, when god-kings like Khufu and Pepi supposedly ruled over a peaceful, orderly society. But scratch beneath that polished surface of divine authority, and you'll find some absolutely fascinating tales of murder, conspiracy, and political intrigue that would make modern soap operas look tame. The Old Kingdom represents something of a paradox for crime historians. On one hand, this was the period of Egypt's greatest centralized power, when pharaohs were literally worshipped as living gods and commanded resources that could move mountains, quite literally, considering those pyramids. You'd think that under such absolute divine authority, crime would be virtually non-existent. Who's going to murder a god, right? Well, as it turns out, plenty of people were willing to try, especially when that god happened to be sleeping or distracted by affairs of state. The challenge we face in studying Old Kingdom crime is that official inscriptions from this period are almost universally positive propaganda pieces. Tomb walls are covered with texts praising loyal service, royal generosity, and the perfect order maintained by divine pharaohs. Nobody was carving, "and then I totally murdered the king," into their eternal monuments. The Egyptians were obsessed with maintaining their reputations for eternity, so admitting to criminal behavior in their tomb inscriptions would have been like committing spiritual suicide. This means we have to read between the lines, look for gaps in the official record, and rely heavily on later sources that might preserve memories of events the original participants preferred to forget. But here's where it gets interesting. While the Egyptians themselves might have tried to cover up their darkest deeds, later historians and the archaeological record have preserved some absolutely compelling evidence of Old Kingdom murder and mayhem. The most spectacular case involves what might be history's very first recorded royal assassination. A crime that shook the foundations of divine kingship and set a precedent for political murder that would echo through Egyptian history for the next 3,000 years. Our story begins with Pharaoh Teti, the founder of the 6th dynasty, around 2345 BCE. Teti came to power during a transitional period, following the 5th dynasty's gradual decline and the mysterious circumstances surrounding his predecessor's death. By all accounts, Teti was an effective ruler who managed to stabilize the kingdom and restore some of the central authority that had been slipping away during the late 5th dynasty. He built a pyramid at Saqqara, conducted successful military campaigns in Nubia, and generally seemed to be doing everything a proper pharaoh should do. So naturally, someone decided to murder him. The source for Teti's assassination comes from Manetho, an Egyptian priest who wrote a comprehensive history of Egypt in Greek during the 3rd century BCE for the Ptolemaic court. Now, Manetho was writing more than 2,000 years after Teti's death, so we need to take his account with several grains of salt. But Manetho had access to temple records and king lists that have since been lost. And Egyptian priests were notorious for their long institutional memories. When Manetho claims that Teti was murdered by his own bodyguards, possibly with the involvement of palace conspirators, he's probably drawing on authentic historical traditions preserved in temple archives. According to Manetho's account, the assassination was an inside job orchestrated by Teti's own royal guard. This wasn't some external enemy or foreign invasion. This was betrayal at the most intimate level. The men sworn to protect the pharaoh's life were the ones who ended it. The implications of this are staggering when you consider Egyptian religious beliefs about kingship. The pharaoh wasn't just a political ruler. He was the living embodiment of the god Horus, the son of Ra, the intermediary between the human and divine worlds. Killing him wasn't just regicide. It was deicide, an act of cosmic vandalism that should have brought down the wrath of all the gods. The mechanics of the assassination remain mysterious, but we can make some educated guesses based on palace security arrangements and later assassination attempts. Royal bodyguards in the Old Kingdom were typically recruited from the pharaoh's personal retainers and the families of high-ranking nobles. They had intimate access to the king's private quarters, knew his daily routines, and were among the few people who could approach him while armed. If they turned against him, the pharaoh would have had virtually no protection. The timing of the attack was probably crucial. Assassinations typically happened when the victim was most vulnerable, sleeping, bathing, eating, or engaged in religious rituals. Palace conspiracies often struck during the night hours when the pharaoh was away from the formal protection of court ceremony and surrounded only by his most trusted servants. The irony, of course, is that this intimate trust made the betrayal possible in the first place. But why would Teti's bodyguards want to kill him? Political assassinations rarely happen without broader conspiracy networks. And someone must have been pulling the strings behind the scenes. The most likely scenario involves a succession dispute or a power struggle between competing court factions. Teti may have made enemies by favoring certain officials over others, or by making decisions that threatened powerful interests within the palace hierarchy. One compelling theory centers on Teti's harem and the complex politics of royal succession. Egyptian pharaohs typically had multiple wives, both for diplomatic reasons and to ensure a steady supply of potential heirs. But this polygamous system created natural tensions between different queens and their respective children, each vying for their son to become the next pharaoh. If one queen felt that her son was being passed over in favor of a rival's child, she might well have organized a conspiracy to eliminate the current pharaoh and place a more favorable candidate on the throne. The evidence for this theory comes from what happened immediately after Teti's death. Instead of one of his known sons taking the throne, power passed briefly to a mysterious figure named Userkare, who ruled for only a few years before disappearing from the historical record. Userkare's reign is so poorly documented that Egyptologists aren't even sure he was a legitimate pharaoh or simply a usurper who seized power in the chaos following Teti's assassination. The name Userkare itself is intriguing. It means powerful is the soul of Ra, which sounds like the kind of throne name someone might adopt if they were trying to legitimize a questionable claim to power. Usurpers throughout Egyptian history often chose particularly grandiose names to compensate for their lack of legitimate bloodline credentials. The fact that Userkare's reign was so brief suggests that he either died quickly or was overthrown by Teti's legitimate heirs once they organized their response to the coup. After Userkare's mysterious disappearance, the throne passed to Pepi I, who was generally recognized as Teti's son and rightful heir. Pepi I's long and successful reign suggests that he eventually managed to restore stability and eliminate whatever conspiracy had killed his father. But the very fact that there was this gap in the legitimate succession, this mysterious usurkare interlude, strongly supports the theory that Teti's death was part of a broader political conspiracy, rather than simply a random act of violence. The assassination of Teti, if it really happened, would have sent shockwaves through Egyptian society. The pharaoh's divine status was fundamental to Egyptian civilization. It wasn't just political propaganda, but a genuine religious belief that shaped every aspect of daily life. If the living God could be murdered by mere mortals, what did that say about the cosmic order? How could Maat be maintained if even the pharaoh wasn't safe from violence? The royal court's response to this crisis probably involved a massive cover-up operation designed to minimize the damage to royal prestige and religious authority. Official records would have been altered or destroyed, witnesses would have been silenced or eliminated, and a new narrative would have been constructed to explain the transition from Teti to his eventual successor. The fact that we know anything about the assassination at all is probably due to the impossibility of completely suppressing such a momentous event. This brings us to one of the most fascinating criminal investigations in Old Kingdom history, a case that gives us rare insight into how Egyptian authorities handled crimes involving the royal family. The investigator was a court official named Weni, whose career spanned the reigns of Teti, Pepitru, and Merenre. Weni left behind an autobiographical inscription in his tomb that reads like an ancient detective story, complete with secret investigations, palace intrigue, and mysterious crimes involving the highest levels of Egyptian society. Weni's inscription describes how Pharaoh Pepi I assigned him to conduct a highly confidential investigation involving the great royal wife, Weret Yamtes. The exact nature of the queen's alleged crime isn't specified in the text, but the circumstances strongly suggest either adultery or participation in a palace conspiracy. Weni emphasizes that he conducted this investigation entirely alone, without the assistance of any other officials, judges, or witnesses. This unprecedented secrecy suggests that whatever Weret Yamtes was accused of was so sensitive that normal legal procedures had to be abandoned. The language Weni uses to describe his assignment is particularly revealing. He writes, "His Majesty sent me to investigate the secret matter in the royal harem concerning his wife, the great royal wife Weret Yamtes. His Majesty made me hear it alone. No chief judge was there with me, no vizier, no official, except me alone, because of my trustworthiness in His Majesty's heart, because His Majesty loved me. This isn't the language of routine law enforcement. This is the language of damage control and crisis management." What exactly was Weret Yamtes accused of? The text doesn't spell it out, but scholars have developed several theories based on the context and the unusual secrecy surrounding the investigation. The most likely scenario involves adultery, which was considered an extremely serious crime when committed by a royal wife. Adultery by the queen wasn't just a personal betrayal. It called into question the legitimacy of any children she might have borne, potentially disrupting the entire royal succession. But there's an even darker possibility suggested by the timing and circumstances of Weni's investigation. If this case occurred during or shortly after Teti's assassination, Weret Yamtes might have been suspected of involvement in the conspiracy that killed the previous pharaoh. Royal wives had been involved in palace coups before and would be again throughout Egyptian history. They had access to the pharaoh's private quarters, intimate knowledge of his routines and vulnerabilities, and their own networks of supporters within the court hierarchy. The adultery theory and the conspiracy theory aren't necessarily mutually exclusive. An adulterous relationship between Weret Yamtes and another court official might have been the foundation for a broader plot against royal authority. Love affairs have been the starting point for countless political conspiracies throughout history, and the intimate nature of the betrayal would explain why Pepi I felt the need for such extreme secrecy in the investigation. Weni's role in this investigation reveals something important about how Egyptian justice operated at the highest levels. When crimes involved the royal family, normal legal procedures were suspended in favor of personal, discretionary justice administered by the pharaoh's most trusted agents. There were no formal trials, no public proceedings, no opportunity for defense or appeal. The pharaoh decided what had happened, who was guilty, and what punishment was appropriate, all behind closed doors and away from public scrutiny. The fact that Weni was chosen for this sensitive assignment tells us something about his character and his relationship with Pepi I. He must have been not only trustworthy, but also capable of handling the psychological and political pressures involved in investigating crimes at the highest level of government. Investigating a queen for adultery or treason wasn't just a legal matter. It was a potential death sentence for both the accused and the investigator if things went wrong. Weni's emphasis on conducting the investigation alone is particularly significant. In normal Egyptian legal proceedings, multiple officials would have been involved to ensure proper procedures and prevent corruption. But in this case, involving additional people would have increased the risk of leaks and political complications by limiting knowledge of the investigation to himself and the pharaoh. Weni helped maintain the secrecy that was apparently crucial to resolving the crisis. The outcome of Weni's investigation remains unknown, which is probably exactly what Pepi I intended. If Weret Yamtes was found guilty, she would have been eliminated quietly, probably through poison or some other method that wouldn't leave obvious traces. If she was found innocent, the investigation would have been buried to prevent any damage to her reputation or royal authority. Either way, the official records would show nothing, and only the pharaoh and his investigator would know the truth. This pattern of secret justice for royal crimes would be repeated throughout Egyptian history, always with the same goals: protect royal prestige, maintain political stability, and eliminate threats to the dynasty without admitting that such threats had ever existed. The fact that Weni felt comfortable mentioning this investigation in his tomb inscription suggests that his role was seen as honorable service to the crown rather than participation in a cover-up. But Old Kingdom crime wasn't limited to palace conspiracies and royal assassinations. The period also saw the emergence of what we might call Egypt's first documented serial criminals, the tomb robbers who systematically plundered the burial places of the elite and eventually even the pharaohs themselves. These weren't opportunistic grave robbers looking for quick scores. They were organized criminal enterprises that operated for decades, developing sophisticated techniques for bypassing security measures and disposing of stolen goods. Tomb robbery was considered one of the most heinous crimes in Egyptian society because it violated both religious law and civil authority simultaneously. The tombs weren't just burial places. They were religious sanctuaries designed to ensure the deceased's successful transition to the afterlife. Robbing a tomb didn't just steal material goods, it condemned the victim's soul to spiritual death, effectively murdering them a second time in the most cruel and permanent way possible. The Egyptians' response to tomb robbery reveals their understanding of serial criminal behavior long before modern criminology existed. They recognized that tomb robbers rarely struck just once. Successful raids led to repeat offenses as criminals became bolder and more sophisticated. The elaborate curse texts found in Old Kingdom tombs weren't just superstitious warnings. They were attempts at psychological warfare designed to deter potential serial offenders. These curse inscriptions are absolutely fascinating documents that reveal Egyptian attitudes toward crime, punishment, and divine justice. A typical curse might read something like, "As for any man who shall enter this tomb in his impurity, or who shall do damage to it, I will seize his neck like a bird's neck. I will cast the fear of myself into him. I will make him fearful of the spirits who are in the west. He shall be judged by the great God." These weren't empty threats. They were genuine expressions of belief in supernatural enforcement of justice. Some of the more elaborate curses go into graphic detail about the punishments awaiting tomb robbers. One particularly creative example from the tomb of a 5th dynasty official threatens, "The crocodile in the water and the snake on earth shall be against anyone who does anything evil to this tomb. Never did I do anything evil against any person. It is God who judges." Another promises that violators will be seized by the neck like a goose and subjected to divine judgment that will result in their complete spiritual destruction. The specificity of these threats suggests that tomb robbery was already a recognized problem during the Old Kingdom, serious enough to warrant increasingly elaborate deterrent measures. The fact that tomb builders felt the need to invoke divine protection indicates that human security measures were proving inadequate against determined criminals. Guards could be bribed or overpowered, but supernatural guardians were theoretically incorruptible and infinitely persistent. Archaeological evidence confirms that tomb robbery was indeed rampant during the Old Kingdom, despite these supernatural deterrents. Virtually every major tomb from this period shows signs of ancient break-ins, often multiple episodes of robbery that occurred decades or centuries apart. The robbers developed increasingly sophisticated techniques for finding hidden burial chambers, bypassing booby traps, and extracting valuable items without triggering supernatural curses. One of the most revealing aspects of Old Kingdom tomb robbery is how organized and professional it became. These weren't random acts of desperation by starving peasants. They were coordinated operations that required inside knowledge, specialized tools, and established networks for disposing of stolen goods. The robbers often knew exactly where to dig to find burial chambers, suggesting they had access to architectural plans or information from workers who had participated in the tomb's construction. The tools found in robbed tombs reveal the technical sophistication of these criminal operations. Bronze chisels, copper saws, wooden levers, and rope systems all point to criminals who came prepared for serious excavation work. Some robbery tunnels show evidence of multiple phases of construction, suggesting that the same criminal groups returned repeatedly to thoroughly strip tombs of their valuables. The logistics of tomb robbery also required considerable organizational skills, moving heavy stone sarcophagi, extracting large quantities of gold and precious objects, and disposing of stolen goods without attracting attention. All required planning and coordination that went far beyond simple theft. These were criminal enterprises that probably employed dozens of people in various capacities, from diggers and lookouts to fences and corrupt officials. The economic incentives for tomb robbery were enormous. A single successful raid on a royal or noble tomb could yield enough gold, jewelry, and precious objects to support a criminal gang for years. The Egyptian elite were buried with staggering quantities of valuable goods, often including items that were literally worth fortunes. A pharaoh's burial might contain hundreds of pounds of gold, precious stones, fine textiles, and ritual objects that could be melted down or sold in foreign markets. But the risks were equally enormous. Getting caught robbing tombs meant facing some of the most severe punishments in the Egyptian legal system. Tomb robbers could expect to be impaled, burned alive, or subjected to elaborate torture before execution. The religious dimension of their crimes meant that both human and divine justice would pursue them relentlessly. Yet, despite these terrifying consequences, tomb robbery remained a persistent problem throughout Egyptian history. The psychological profiles of Old Kingdom tomb robbers reveal interesting patterns that parallel modern serial criminal behavior. Many seem to have started with small-scale thefts from minor tombs before graduating to more ambitious targets. Success bred confidence, leading to increasingly bold and elaborate crimes. The addictive nature of the activity, combined with the enormous financial rewards, created criminal careers that could span decades. Some tomb robbers apparently developed almost obsessive relationships with their criminal activities, returning repeatedly to the same sites even after successful raids. Archaeological evidence shows that certain tombs were robbed multiple times over periods of years or decades, suggesting that the same criminal groups maintained ongoing interest in specific targets. This pattern of repeat victimization is characteristic of serial criminal behavior in any era. The social dynamics within tomb robber gangs also reveal sophisticated criminal organization. Evidence suggests that these groups had established hierarchies, with experienced leaders directing less skilled accomplices. The division of labor was often quite specialized, with some members responsible for reconnaissance, others for excavation, and still others for disposing of stolen goods. This level of organization required leadership skills and criminal entrepreneurship that went far beyond simple opportunistic theft. The geographic distribution of tomb robberies during the Old Kingdom shows that these criminal networks operated across wide areas of Egypt. Tombs hundreds of miles apart often show similar robbery techniques and timing, suggesting coordinated criminal activities that spanned multiple provinces. This kind of geographic coordination required communication networks and logistical capabilities that rivaled those of legitimate government operations. The relationship between tomb robbery and official corruption was probably significant, though direct evidence is naturally scarce. Moving large quantities of stolen goods without detection would have required cooperation from customs officials, local administrators, and transportation networks. The scale and persistence of tomb robbery suggests that at least some government officials were either participants in these crimes or willing to look the other way in exchange for bribes. Foreign markets for stolen Egyptian goods also played a crucial role in sustaining these criminal enterprises. Egyptian luxury items were highly prized throughout the ancient Mediterranean and Near East, creating demand that made tomb robbery economically attractive. Stolen Egyptian gold, jewelry, and art objects could be sold discreetly in foreign markets where their origins were less likely to be recognized or investigated. The seasonal patterns of tomb robbery reveal additional insights into how these criminal operations functioned. Most break-ins seem to have occurred during periods when official activity in necropolis areas was minimal, such as during agricultural seasons when workers were needed in the fields. This timing suggests that tomb robbers were often part-time criminals who combined legitimate occupations with periodic criminal activities. The technological arms race between tomb builders and tomb robbers continued throughout the Old Kingdom period. As security measures became more sophisticated, criminal techniques evolved to match them. False burial chambers, hidden entrances, and elaborate booby traps were countered by improved reconnaissance methods, better excavation techniques, and more sophisticated tools. This ongoing competition drove innovation on both sides of the criminal equation. The psychological impact of tomb robbery on Egyptian society was probably profound, though difficult to measure directly. The knowledge that even the most elaborate and expensive burial preparations couldn't guarantee protection from grave robbers must have been deeply disturbing to people who believed that their eternal salvation depended on the preservation of their bodies and burial goods. This existential anxiety may have contributed to increasingly elaborate security measures and more extreme curse texts. The legal evolution in response to tomb robbery also reveals changing Egyptian attitudes toward crime and punishment. Early Old Kingdom responses focused primarily on supernatural deterrence and religious sanctions. Later periods saw more emphasis on human law enforcement, suggesting a gradual recognition that divine justice needed human assistance to be effective against determined criminals. The documentation of tomb robbery cases in later Egyptian texts provides retrospective insights into Old Kingdom criminal activities. Legal papyri from the New Kingdom often reference earlier cases and established precedents for dealing with tomb robbers. suggesting that Old Kingdom experiences shaped Egyptian criminal law for centuries. These later texts describe interrogation techniques, punishment procedures, and legal reasoning that probably had their origins in Old Kingdom responses to serial tomb robbery. The international dimensions of tomb robbery also had diplomatic implications that extended far beyond simple crime prevention. Stolen Egyptian artifacts appearing in foreign markets could create tensions between Egypt and its neighbors, particularly when those objects had religious or political significance. The reputation of Egyptian tombs as targets for international criminal enterprises may have influenced foreign relations and trade policies throughout the ancient world. The gender dynamics of tomb robbery reveal interesting patterns that differ from other types of crime in ancient Egypt. While most violent crimes seem to have been male-dominated, tomb robbery apparently involves significant female participation, particularly in the disposal and marketing of stolen goods. Women may have had access to trade networks and social connections that made them valuable partners in criminal enterprises. The religious responses to tomb robbery also evolved throughout the Old Kingdom period. Early curse texts focused primarily on threats of divine punishment in the afterlife. Later examples increasingly invoke immediate, physical punishments that would be administered by supernatural agents in the living world. This shift suggests growing desperation among tomb builders as traditional deterrents proved inadequate. The economic impact of tomb robbery on the broader Egyptian economy was probably substantial, though difficult to quantify. The drainage of precious metals and luxury goods from legitimate burial contexts into criminal markets may have affected currency values, trade relationships, and craft production. The need for increasingly elaborate security measures also diverted resources from other productive activities. The educational aspects of tomb robbery careers reveal that criminal skills were often passed down through family or professional networks. Sons learned techniques from fathers, apprentices from masters, creating criminal traditions that could persist across generations. This knowledge transfer helped maintain the technical sophistication of tomb robbery operations, even as individual criminals were caught and executed. The seasonal cycles of Egyptian agriculture also influenced tomb robbery patterns in ways that reveal the integration of criminal activities with legitimate economic life. Many tomb robbers were probably farmers or craftsmen who turned to crime during slow periods in their regular occupations. This part-time criminal activity helped sustain robbery networks, even when law enforcement pressure made full-time criminal careers too dangerous. The psychological motivations for tomb robbery went beyond simple economic gain, to include elements of rebellion against social hierarchy and religious authority. Stealing from the tombs of pharaohs and nobles represented a form of posthumous class warfare, allowing common criminals to literally profit from the deaths of their social superiors. This psychological satisfaction may have been as important as material rewards in sustaining criminal motivation. The technological legacy of Old Kingdom tomb robbery techniques can be traced through later periods of Egyptian history. Methods developed during the Pyramid Age continued to be used and refined by later generations of criminals, creating criminal traditions that persisted for thousands of years. The sophistication of these techniques suggests that tomb robbery was one of ancient Egypt's most technically advanced criminal enterprises. So there you have it. The Old Kingdom, that supposedly golden age of divine order and pyramid-building perfection, was actually seething with murder, conspiracy, and systematic criminal enterprise. From palace bodyguards assassinating god kings to organized crime syndicates systematically plundering the dead, Egypt's first great civilization had all the criminal sophistication of any later period. The main difference was that they were better at covering it up, leaving us to piece together their dark secrets from fragmentary evidence and the occasional honest autobiography. But that just makes the detective work more interesting, doesn't it? The collapse of the Old Kingdom around 2181 BCE didn't happen overnight. But when it finally came, it brought with it one of the most violent and chaotic periods in Egyptian history. The First Intermediate Period, lasting from roughly 2181 to 2055 BCE, represents everything that could go wrong when centralized authority breaks down, and the carefully maintained order of Mut dissolves into competing factions, regional warlords, and social revolution. If you thought the palace conspiracies and tomb robberies of the Old Kingdom were dark, you're about to discover what happens when an entire civilization descends into anarchy. This wasn't just political instability. This was the complete breakdown of the social, religious, and economic systems that had held Egyptian civilization together for over 500 years. The pharaoh's divine authority crumbled. Provincial governors declared independence, and common people rose up against their former masters in bloody rebellions that turned the social hierarchy upside down. Murder, which had been largely confined to palace intrigue and criminal enterprises during the Old Kingdom, now became a daily reality for ordinary Egyptians caught in the crossfire of civil war and social revolution. What makes the First Intermediate Period particularly fascinating for our purposes is that this chaos produced some of the most vivid and disturbing descriptions of violence and social breakdown in all of ancient literature. Egyptian writers, traumatized by what they had witnessed, created literary works that read like apocalyptic horror stories, filled with graphic descriptions of murder, cannibalism, and the complete collapse of moral order. These texts provide us with unprecedented insights into how ancient people experienced and understood mass violence and social disintegration. The causes of the Old Kingdom's collapse were complex and interconnected, involving climate change, economic crisis, and political fragmentation that had been building for generations. A series of low Nile floods devastated Egyptian agriculture, leading to widespread famine and economic hardship. The massive pyramid-building projects of the 4th and 5th dynasties had drained the royal treasury, while the growing power of provincial governors and temple priests had gradually eroded central authority. By the end of the 6th dynasty, the pharaoh was little more than a figurehead, and the death of Pepi II around 2284 BCE triggered the final collapse of unified government. But understanding the causes of the collapse is less important for our purposes than understanding its consequences. When centralized authority disappeared, so did centralized justice. The elaborate legal system that had maintained order during the Old Kingdom simply ceased to function over large areas of Egypt. Provincial governors who had once served as the pharaoh's representatives in local justice now became independent warlords fighting each other for territory and resources. The result was a period of endemic warfare, banditry, and vigilante justice that turned Egypt into a patchwork of competing mini-kingdoms, each with its own laws, armies, and ideas about justice. The scale of violence during this period is difficult to comprehend from a modern perspective. This wasn't just political warfare between competing dynasties. It was social revolution that pitted different classes, regions, and ethnic groups against each other in a struggle for survival. Archaeological evidence from First Intermediate Period sites shows widespread destruction, hastily constructed fortifications, and mass burial sites that suggest large-scale conflict and population displacement. Entire cities were abandoned. Irrigation systems fell into disrepair, and trade networks that had connected Egypt to the broader Mediterranean world collapsed completely. Into this chaos step our primary sources for understanding First Intermediate Period violence. A collection of literary texts that were written during or shortly after this period by authors who had either witnessed the breakdown firsthand or heard detailed accounts from survivors. These texts are remarkable not just for their literary quality, but for their unflinching descriptions of violence, social upheaval, and moral collapse. They represent some of the earliest examples in world literature of sustained reflection on the nature of social breakdown and mass violence. The most famous and disturbing of these texts is the Admonitions of Ipuwer, a lengthy poem that presents itself as the complaints of a sage addressing the king about the terrible state of the land. Ipuwer's text reads like a catalogue of horrors, a systematic description of everything that can go wrong when social order collapses. The opening lines set the tone. The land spins round as a potter's wheel does. The robber is everywhere. The servant takes what he finds. This isn't just political commentary. It's a description of a world turned literally upside down, where normal social relationships have been violently reversed. What makes Ipuwer's account so valuable for understanding First Intermediate Period violence is its specificity and systematic approach. This isn't vague poetry about troubled times. It's a detailed inventory of social breakdown that covers everything from economic collapse to interpersonal violence. Ipuwer describes a world where blood is everywhere, where the land is diminished, but its administrators are many, and where men kill their brothers with whom they used to share the same mother. These aren't metaphorical descriptions. They're literal accounts of a society where murder has become commonplace and family bonds have dissolved in the face of desperate competition for survival. The theme of blood permeates Ipuwer's text in ways that suggest he was describing not just occasional violence, but endemic bloodshed that had become part of daily life. He writes, "Indeed, the river is blood. If one drinks from it, one rejects it as human and thirsts for water." This image of the Nile itself running red with blood is particularly powerful given the river's central role in Egyptian civilization and religion. The Nile was the source of life, fertility, and divine blessing. Describing it as contaminated with human blood represents the ultimate violation of natural and divine order. Ipuwer's descriptions of social inversion are equally disturbing and reveal the extent to which normal moral constraints had broken down. He describes servants attacking their masters, the poor robbing the rich, and social inferiors taking revenge on their former superiors. Indeed, the servant takes what he finds. Noble ladies become servants. He who could not afford sandals now owns riches. He who never slept on a plank now owns a bed. This isn't just economic redistribution. It's violent social revolution accompanied by murder, theft, and the complete abandonment of traditional Egyptian values. The systematic nature of the violence described by Ipuwer suggests that this wasn't random chaos, but organized rebellion with clear targets and objectives. The text describes coordinated attacks on the wealthy, the destruction of legal records and tax documents, and the deliberate targeting of symbols of royal and religious authority. This was revolutionary violence aimed at permanently destroying the old social order, not just temporary unrest that could be suppressed by traditional means. One of the most chilling aspects of Ipuwer's account is his description of how violence had become normalized and even celebrated. He writes about people who rejoice at death and describes a world where killing has become so common that it no longer shocks or horrifies observers. This psychological dimension of the crisis is perhaps even more disturbing than the physical violence itself, suggesting that Egyptian society had not just experienced temporary breakdown, but had undergone fundamental moral transformation. The religious dimensions of the crisis are also prominently featured in Ipuwer's text, reflecting Egyptian beliefs about the connection between political order and cosmic harmony. He describes temples being robbed, sacred animals being slaughtered for food, and religious ceremonies being abandoned or perverted. The text presents these religious violations as both consequences and causes of the broader social breakdown, suggesting that the collapse of divine order and human order were inextricably linked. Ipuwer's descriptions of legal breakdown are particularly relevant to our focus on crime and justice. He describes a world where right is cast out, and the court is in the place where it should not be. This suggests not just the absence of law enforcement, but the active perversion of legal institutions, with courts perhaps being used to legitimize theft and murder rather than prevent them. The traditional Egyptian emphasis on Maat as the foundation of justice had apparently been completely abandoned in favor of might makes right mentality. The economic dimensions of the crisis described by Ipuwer also help explain how social breakdown led to increased violence. He describes widespread famine, the collapse of trade networks, and the destruction of agricultural infrastructure. In such desperate circumstances, people would naturally turn to violence as a means of survival, attacking neighbors for food, raiding storage facilities, and fighting over access to water and arable land. Economic desperation doesn't excuse violence, but it certainly helps explain why it became so widespread during this period. While Ipuwer's text provides the most systematic description of First Intermediate Period violence, it's not the only literary source that documents this chaotic era. The Instruction for Merikare presents a different perspective on the same period, written as advice from a king to his successor about how to restore order and avoid the mistakes that led to the crisis. This text is particularly valuable because it's written from the perspective of someone actively trying to rebuild centralized authority, providing insights into both the challenges of restoring order and the specific types of violence that needed to be suppressed. The Instruction for Merikare reveals that even rulers who were trying to restore order had to engage in systematic violence to achieve their goals. The text advises the young king to kill the enemy and destroy the rebel, suggesting that political reunification required extensive military campaigns and the elimination of rival power centers. But it also warns against excessive violence, advising the king not to kill a man whose good qualities you know, and to make no one fearful unnecessarily. This suggests that while violence was seen as necessary for restoring order, excessive or arbitrary violence could undermine the very authority the king was trying to establish. The text also provides insights into the specific types of criminals and rebels that were active during this period. It warns against the troop of the rebel and describes the need to fortify cities against attack by organized military forces. This suggests that some of the violence during the First Intermediate Period was carried out by organized armies rather than random mobs, indicating a level of military sophistication that went beyond simple social unrest. The regional focus of the Instruction for Merikare also reveals important information about the geographic distribution of violence during this period. The text specifically warns about threats from the south and describes the need to maintain fortifications along Egypt's borders with Nubia. This suggests that the breakdown of central authority had created opportunities for foreign invasion and internal rebellion that required coordinated military responses rather than simple law enforcement. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Instruction for Merikare is its discussion of divine justice and human responsibility for maintaining order. The text emphasizes that the king has a religious obligation to restore Maat and punish wrongdoers. But it also acknowledges that human justice is imperfect and that excessive punishment can be counterproductive. This represents a more sophisticated understanding of the relationship between violence and justice than we see in many ancient texts, suggesting that Egyptian thinkers had learned important lessons from the chaos of the First Intermediate Period. The text also provides valuable insights into the psychological and social factors that contributed to the period's violence. It warns against the dangers of inequality and social injustice, suggesting that the rebellion against royal authority was at least partly justified by the failures of previous rulers. This analysis implies that the violence wasn't simply criminal behavior, but had legitimate political and social causes that needed to be addressed through reform rather than just suppression. But perhaps the most valuable source for understanding the reality of First Intermediate Period violence comes from an unexpected place. The tomb autobiography of a provincial governor named Anktifi, who controlled territory in Upper Egypt during the height of the crisis. Unlike the literary texts of Ipuwer and Merikare, which were written primarily for didactic purposes, Anktifi's inscription was intended as a personal memorial that would preserve his reputation for eternity. This difference in purpose makes his account particularly valuable because he had no reason to exaggerate the extent of the crisis. If anything, he had incentives to minimize problems in his own territory. Anktifi's autobiography presents him as a heroic figure who saved his people from the chaos that was consuming the rest of Egypt. He boasts about providing food during famines, maintaining order when surrounding regions descended into anarchy, and protecting his territory from the violence that was devastating other areas. But in the process of glorifying his own achievements, Anktifi inadvertently provides detailed information about exactly what was happening in the regions he claimed to have protected his people from. The most disturbing aspect of Anktifi's account is his matter-of-fact description of cannibalism in neighboring territories. He writes, "The whole of Upper Egypt was dying of hunger, to such a degree that everyone had come to eating their children. But I never allowed anyone to die of hunger in this nome." This isn't poetic exaggeration or metaphorical language. This is a straightforward claim that people in other parts of Egypt were literally eating their own children to survive the famine and social breakdown. The implications of Anktifi's cannibalism claim are staggering when we consider what would have driven people to such extremes. Cannibalism is one of the strongest taboos in virtually all human societies. And for people to violate this taboo, they would have had to be facing truly desperate circumstances. The fact that Anktifi specifically mentions people eating their own children rather than strangers or enemies suggests that normal family bonds had completely broken down under the pressure of starvation and social collapse. But Anktifi's account suggests that cannibalism wasn't just a desperate response to famine. It was part of a broader pattern of violence and social breakdown that had consumed large areas of Egypt. He describes regions where government had completely disappeared, where armed gangs roamed freely, and where normal economic and social relationships had been replaced by a struggle for survival that pitted everyone against everyone else. In such circumstances, cannibalism would have been just one of many extreme behaviors that desperate people adopted to stay alive. The geographic specificity of Anktifi's claims also helps us understand the uneven nature of the First Intermediate Period crisis. While his own territory in the south apparently remained relatively stable and prosperous, neighboring regions descended into complete chaos. This suggests that the collapse of central authority didn't affect all areas equally. Some local leaders were more successful than others at maintaining order and protecting their populations from the worst consequences of the broader breakdown. Anktifi's military activities also provide insights into the types of violence that were occurring during this period. He describes organizing military expeditions against rival governors, fortifying his cities against attack, and maintaining armed forces that were apparently substantial enough to project power beyond his own territory. This suggests that much of the violence during the First Intermediate Period was organized warfare between competing political factions rather than random criminal activity or social unrest. The economic dimensions of Anktifi's account also help explain how social breakdown led to increased violence. He boasts about providing grain to starving populations, maintaining trade relationships when commerce had collapsed elsewhere, and keeping irrigation systems functioning when they had been abandoned in other regions. These achievements suggest that much of the violence during this period was driven by competition for scarce resources, with different groups fighting for control of food, water, and arable land. Anktifi's religious rhetoric also reveals important aspects of how people understood and justified violence during this period. He consistently presents himself as a defender of the gods and a restorer of proper religious observance, suggesting that religious authority had become a crucial tool for legitimizing political power and military action. This indicates that even during periods of apparent social breakdown, people continued to seek religious justification for their actions, including violent ones. The contrast between Ankhtifi's self-presentation and the conditions he describes elsewhere in Egypt also reveals the propaganda dimensions of First Intermediate Period violence. Local rulers like Ankhtifi had strong incentives to exaggerate the chaos in rival territories while minimizing problems in their own domains. This means we need to be cautious about accepting all claims about the extent of violence and social breakdown, while still recognizing that the basic patterns described in these sources probably reflect genuine historical conditions. The psychological aspects of Ankhtifi's account also provide insights into how people coped with living through periods of extreme violence and social instability. His emphasis on his own heroic actions and divine favor suggests a need to create meaning and purpose in a world that had become fundamentally unpredictable and dangerous. This psychological dimension helps explain how some individuals and communities were able to maintain relative stability even when surrounded by chaos. The archaeological evidence for First Intermediate Period violence generally supports the picture painted by these literary sources, though it also suggests that the situation was complex and varied significantly across different regions and time periods. Excavations at sites throughout Egypt have revealed evidence of destruction, abandonment, and hasty reconstruction that confirms the reality of widespread conflict and social instability. However, the archaeological record also shows that some areas remained relatively prosperous and stable throughout the period, supporting Ankhtifi's claims about regional variation in the crisis. Fortification evidence from First Intermediate Period sites is particularly revealing about the nature of violence during this era. Many towns and cities show evidence of hasty wall construction, defensive modifications to existing buildings, and the creation of refuge areas where populations could shelter during attacks. These modifications suggest that communities were facing organized military threats rather than just random violence, supporting the literary sources' descriptions of warfare between competing political factions. Cemetery evidence from the First Intermediate Period also provides insights into the period's violence, though interpreting this evidence requires considerable caution. Some sites show evidence of mass burials, incomplete burial rites, and what appears to be battlefield casualties. However, poor preservation conditions and later disturbances make it difficult to distinguish between deaths caused by violence and those caused by famine, disease, or other factors associated with social breakdown. The economic evidence for the First Intermediate Period supports the literary sources' descriptions of widespread disruption and resource scarcity. Archaeological surveys show significant population decline in many areas, the abandonment of marginal agricultural lands, and the disruption of long-distance trade networks. These economic problems would have created the desperate conditions that the literary sources describe as leading to violence, cannibalism, and social revolution. Regional variations in the archaeological evidence also support the complex picture of the First Intermediate Period that emerges from sources like Ankhtifi's autobiography. While some areas show clear evidence of destruction and abandonment, others show continued prosperity and even expansion. This uneven pattern suggests that local leadership, geographic factors, and resource availability all played important roles in determining whether particular communities survived the crisis or succumbed to violence and social breakdown. The artistic evidence from the First Intermediate Period also reflects the impact of violence and social instability on Egyptian culture. Tomb paintings and reliefs from this era often show scenes of warfare, siege, and conflict that are much more prominent than in Old Kingdom art. The quality of artistic production also declined significantly in many areas, suggesting that the social and economic disruptions had affected even elite cultural activities. The technological evidence from the First Intermediate Period reveals interesting adaptations to the violent conditions of the era. Weapon production appears to have increased significantly, with archaeological sites yielding more spearheads, arrowheads, and other military equipment than contemporary Old Kingdom sites. This suggests that violence had become sufficiently common that communities were investing substantial resources in military preparation and self-defense. The religious evidence from the First Intermediate Period also reflects the impact of violence and social breakdown on Egyptian spiritual life. Temple inscriptions from this era often emphasize themes of protection, divine intervention, and the restoration of order. Some texts suggest that people were turning to increasingly desperate religious measures, including protective magic and aggressive curses, to cope with the uncertainty and danger of their circumstances. The demographic evidence for the First Intermediate Period, while limited, suggests that the population decline was substantial and that it affected different social classes unequally. Elite burials continue throughout the period, though often with reduced grave goods, while evidence for common burials becomes much scarcer. This pattern could reflect either actual population decline among the poor or changes in burial practices that make their deaths less archaeologically visible. The international evidence for the First Intermediate Period also provides important context for understanding the domestic violence and instability. Egyptian influence in neighboring regions declined dramatically during this period, suggesting that the internal chaos had severely weakened Egypt's ability to project power abroad. Conversely, some evidence suggests that foreign groups may have taken advantage of Egyptian weakness to raid or settle in previously Egyptian-controlled territories. The chronological development of First Intermediate Period violence also reveals important patterns that help explain how the crisis evolved over time. The earliest phases seem to have been characterized primarily by political fragmentation and elite conflict, while later phases saw more extensive social revolution and popular uprising. This progression suggests that the initial political breakdown created conditions that eventually led to more fundamental challenges to Egyptian social and economic structures. The gender dimensions of First Intermediate Period violence are difficult to reconstruct from the available evidence, but some patterns emerge from careful analysis of the sources. Women appear prominently in some of the literary accounts of social upheaval, both as victims and as active participants in the violence. This suggests that the breakdown of normal social constraints may have created opportunities for women to play more active roles in political and military affairs, though often under desperate circumstances. The ethnic dimensions of the violence are also complex and difficult to interpret. Some sources suggest that conflicts between different ethnic groups within Egypt may have contributed to the violence, while others indicate that shared suffering from famine and economic collapse may have temporarily reduced ethnic tensions. The role of foreign groups in the violence is also unclear, though some evidence suggests that Nubian and Asian populations may have been both perpetrators and victims of First Intermediate Period conflicts. The environmental factors that contributed to First Intermediate Period violence deserve special attention because they help explain why the crisis was so severe and long-lasting. Climate change appears to have caused a series of low Nile floods that devastated Egyptian agriculture and created the resource scarcity that underlies much of the violence described in our sources. These environmental problems were beyond the control of any political authority, making them particularly destabilizing for a civilization that depended heavily on predictable agricultural cycles. The recovery from the First Intermediate Period also provides important insights into how Egyptian society understood and responded to mass violence. The eventual reunification of Egypt under the Middle Kingdom involved not just military conquest, but systematic efforts to restore legal institutions, rebuild economic networks, and re-establish religious authority. This suggests that Egyptian leaders recognized that ending violence required addressing its underlying causes rather than just suppressing its symptoms. The literary legacy of the First Intermediate Period reveals the profound impact that this era of violence had on Egyptian culture and thought. The texts produced during and after this period show a much more sophisticated understanding of social breakdown, political instability, and the factors that contribute to violence than we see in earlier Egyptian literature. This intellectual development suggests that the traumatic experience of living through social collapse generated important insights into the nature of civilization and the fragility of social order. The legal innovations that emerged from the First Intermediate Period experience also show how Egyptian society adapted its institutions in response to the lessons learned from this era of violence. Middle Kingdom law codes and judicial procedures show much greater attention to preventing abuse of power, protecting the rights of different social classes, and maintaining checks on royal authority. These developments suggest that Egyptians recognized that some of the violence of the First Intermediate Period had resulted from institutional failures that needed to be corrected. The military innovations that developed during the First Intermediate Period also had lasting impacts on Egyptian society and government. The professional armies and fortification systems that emerged during this era continued to play important roles in later periods, suggesting that Egyptians had learned that maintaining order required more systematic military preparation than had been necessary during the Old Kingdom. This militarization of Egyptian society was one of the permanent legacies of the First Intermediate Period's violence. The regional autonomy that characterized the First Intermediate Period also had lasting effects on Egyptian political development. Even after reunification under the Middle Kingdom, provincial governors retained much more independence and military capability than they had possessed during the Old Kingdom. This decentralization of power may have made Egyptian society more resilient to future crises, but it also created ongoing potential for renewed conflict between central and regional authorities. So when we step back and look at the First Intermediate Period as a whole, we see a society that experienced violence on a scale and intensity that was virtually unprecedented in human history up to that point. This wasn't just political warfare or criminal activity. It was the complete breakdown of one of the world's most sophisticated civilizations, leading to mass violence, social revolution, and the abandonment of fundamental moral and religious principles. The literary sources that document this breakdown provide some of the most vivid and disturbing descriptions of violence and social collapse in all of ancient literature, while archaeological evidence confirms that the crisis was real and devastating. Yet the fact that Egyptian civilization eventually recovered from this breakdown and went on to achieve even greater heights during the Middle Kingdom also demonstrates the remarkable resilience of human societies and their capacity to learn from even the most traumatic experiences. The First Intermediate Period stands as both a warning about the fragility of civilization and a testament to the human capacity for renewal and reconstruction even after the most devastating collapse. The hard-won reunification of Egypt under Mentuhotep II around 2055 BCE marked the beginning of what historians call the Middle Kingdom, a period that represented both the restoration of central authority and a fundamental transformation of Egyptian political culture. The trauma of the First Intermediate Period had taught Egyptian rulers that divine kingship alone wasn't enough to maintain order. They needed more sophisticated political institutions, better military organization, and above all, constant vigilance against the forces of chaos that had nearly destroyed their civilization. Yet, despite these lessons, or perhaps because of them, the Middle Kingdom would witness one of the most shocking and consequential murders in all of Egyptian history. The assassination of Pharaoh Amenemhet I, a crime that sent shockwaves through the newly restored kingdom and fundamentally changed how Egyptians thought about royal security and political legitimacy. The reign of Amenemhat first began around 1991 BCE, when he seized power from the last ruler of the 11th dynasty and established what would become the 12th dynasty, arguably the most successful and stable royal line in Egyptian history. Amenemhat was not a traditional pharaoh in the Old Kingdom sense. He was essentially a military strongman who had risen to power through political skill and armed force, rather than hereditary right. This background made him acutely aware of the political vulnerabilities that had destroyed his predecessors, and he spent much of his 30-year reign implementing reforms designed to prevent another collapse into chaos. Amenemhat's political innovations were remarkable for their sophistication and their recognition of the lessons learned from the first intermediate period. He established a new capital at Itjetawi, strategically located between Upper and Lower Egypt, to maximize central control over the entire kingdom. He created a more professional civil service, reduced the independence of provincial governors, and most importantly, established the institution of co-regency, making his son Senusret I joint ruler to ensure smooth succession and prevent the kind of succession crises that had contributed to earlier political breakdowns. These reforms were highly effective in restoring Egyptian power and prosperity. Under Amenemhat I, Egypt's borders were secured, trade networks were re-established, and the country entered a period of economic growth and cultural flowering that would last for centuries. The pharaoh's success in rebuilding Egyptian civilization made him one of the most respected rulers in the country's history, which makes what happened to him all the more shocking and significant. The murder of Amenemhat I occurred in his 30th regnal year, around 1962 BCE, when the aging pharaoh was apparently at the height of his power and success. The assassination was not the result of external invasion or popular uprising, but rather a palace conspiracy carried out by the king's own trusted guards and courtiers. This intimate betrayal represented everything that Egyptian political culture found most terrifying: the violation of personal loyalty, the breakdown of the sacred bonds between ruler and servant, and the triumph of private ambition over cosmic order. Our knowledge of this assassination comes primarily from two extraordinary literary sources that were composed shortly after the event and provide unprecedented insights into both the crime itself and its aftermath. These texts are remarkable, not just for their historical value, but for their literary sophistication and their complex exploration of themes like trust, betrayal, political legitimacy, and divine justice. They represent some of the finest achievements of Middle Kingdom literature while also serving as crucial historical documents that preserve details about one of ancient Egypt's most significant crimes. The first of these sources is the Instruction of Amenemhat, a text that presents itself as the ghost of the murdered pharaoh speaking to his son and successor, Senusret I, about the circumstances of his death and the lessons that should be learned from it. This is an absolutely extraordinary literary conceit. A murder victim returning from the dead to describe his own assassination and provide guidance to those who must deal with its consequences. The text begins with the haunting words, "Hearken to what I say to you, that you may be king of the land and rule the riverbanks, and achieve an abundance of good." The instruction then proceeds to describe the assassination in chilling detail. Amenemhat's ghost warns his son, "Trust not a brother, know not a friend, make not intimates, for it is worthless. When you lie down, guard your own heart yourself, for no man has supporters on the day of distress." This isn't just political advice. It's the testimony of someone who learned too late that even the closest personal relationships could be corrupted by ambition and greed. The actual murder is described with vivid immediacy that suggests the text was based on eyewitness accounts or detailed investigation. of the crime scene. Amenemhat's ghost recounts. It was after supper, when night had fallen. I was taking an hour of rest, lying upon my bed, for I was weary. As my heart began to follow sleep, weapons meant for my protection were turned against me, while I was like a snake of the desert. The image of the pharaoh as a helpless snake captures both his vulnerability and the serpentine nature of the conspiracy that destroyed him. The text continues with even more specific details about the attack. I awoke to fighting, found it was a combat of the guard. Had I quickly taken weapons in my hand, I would have made the cowards retreat by a charge. But none is strong at night. None can fight alone. No success can come without a helper. This passage reveals crucial information about the assassination. It was carried out by multiple attackers who were part of the royal guard. It happened at night when the pharaoh was alone and vulnerable. And it caught him completely off guard, despite his military experience and political acumen. The emphasis on the pharaoh's isolation during the attack is particularly significant because it suggests that the conspiracy was carefully planned to strike when he would be most vulnerable. Royal guards typically worked in shifts, and the conspirators would have needed to coordinate their timing to ensure that only loyal guards were present during the attack. The fact that Amenemhat was caught unarmed and unprepared also suggests that the attack came from people he trusted completely, people who had regular access to his private chambers and knowledge of his personal routines. The instruction of Amenemhat also provides important insights into the broader political context of the assassination. The text emphasizes that the murder was not an impulsive act of violence, but part of a calculated conspiracy aimed at seizing power. Amenemhat's ghost warns his son about those who ate my bread and those whom I raised with my own hands, suggesting that the conspiracy involved people who had benefited from the pharaoh's generosity and held positions of trust within his administration. This theme of betrayal by beneficiaries runs throughout the text and reflects a sophisticated understanding of palace politics and the psychology of conspiracy. The people most capable of murdering a pharaoh were precisely those who had the most access to him and the most to gain from his death. Royal guards, palace officials, and family members all had opportunities that outsiders lacked, but they also had reasons to believe they might benefit from a change in leadership. The second major source for Amenemhat's assassination is the tale of Senuhe, one of the masterpieces of ancient Egyptian literature that tells the story of a court official who fled Egypt immediately after learning of the pharaoh's murder. While the tale is presented as fiction, most scholars believe it was based on real events and provides authentic details about the political crisis that followed Amenemhat's death. The story follows Senuhe's exile and eventual return to Egypt, but its opening section contains crucial information about the assassination and its immediate aftermath. Senuhe's account begins with him serving as part of a military expedition led by Prince Senusret against Libya. While the campaign is in progress, news arrives that has transformed everything. His Majesty had gone to his rest, had ascended to heaven, and become united with the sun disk. The king's son, Amenemhat, had gone forth with the army of his father, returning from a campaign against the Chehenu Libya, having carried off their cattle in all kinds, without number. This euphemistic language about the king going to his rest initially masks the violent reality of what had happened. But Senuhe's reaction to this news reveals that he immediately understood the true nature of the situation. The text continues. The royal sons who were with the army were sent for, and one of them was summoned to the court. I stood nearby and heard his voice as he spoke, being somewhat apart. My heart grew faint, my arms spread wide. Trembling fell upon all my limbs. I removed myself by leaping to look for a hiding place. This isn't the behavior of someone who has received news of a natural death. This is the reaction of someone who has learned of a catastrophic political crisis. Sinuhe's decision to flee immediately upon learning of the assassination reveals important aspects of the political situation that followed the murder. As a court official with close ties to the royal family, Sinuhe would have been aware that palace conspiracies often involved extensive purges of potential rivals and witnesses. His immediate flight suggests that he either knew details about the conspiracy that made him a potential target, or that he reasonably feared being caught up in the violent aftermath that typically followed successful coups. The tale provides additional details about how news of the assassination spread and its impact on Egyptian society. Sinuhe describes overhearing conversations among soldiers and officials as rumors and fragmentary information circulated through the military camp. The confusion and fear that characterized these discussions suggest that the assassination had created a genuine crisis of legitimacy that threatened to plunge Egypt back into the chaos of the First Intermediate Period. Most significantly, Sinuhe's account confirms that the assassination was indeed carried out by trusted insiders rather than external enemies. He refers to those who should have protected him and describes the murder as a betrayal by his own people. This language supports the picture presented in the Instruction of Amenemhat of a conspiracy that struck at the heart of the royal household and violated the most fundamental bonds of loyalty and trust. The political context of Amenemhat's assassination becomes clearer when we consider the complex succession arrangements he had established to prevent exactly this kind of crisis. The institution of co-regency, which made Senusret the joint ruler while Amenemhat was still alive, was designed to ensure smooth transitions of power and eliminate the succession disputes that had plagued earlier dynasties. But this very innovation may have created new tensions and opportunities for conspiracy. Co-regency meant that there were effectively two pharaohs ruling simultaneously, each with their own supporters, advisors, and political networks. While this arrangement provided stability in normal circumstances, it also created potential conflicts between the senior and junior rulers, especially as the senior pharaoh aged and the junior pharaoh gained experience and confidence. Ambitious courtiers might see advantages in backing one ruler against the other, or in eliminating the senior pharaoh to give their preferred candidate sole power. The timing of Amenemhat's assassination, occurring while Senusret was away on military campaign, suggests that the conspiracy may have been designed to take advantage of the separation between the co-rulers. With Senusret absent from the capital and focused on military operations, the conspirators would have had a window of opportunity to strike against Amenemhat without immediate retaliation. They may have calculated that they could present Senusret with a fait accompli upon his return, perhaps claiming that Amenemhat had died of natural causes or been killed by external enemies. This scenario suggests that the assassination was not necessarily directed against Senusret himself, but rather represented an attempt by court factions to gain influence over him by eliminating his father and co-ruler. The conspirators may have believed that a young pharaoh ruling alone would be more susceptible to their influence than an experienced ruler like Amenemhat, who had already demonstrated his political skill and determination. The harem politics dimension of the conspiracy deserves particular attention because it reflects patterns that would recur throughout Egyptian history. Royal harems were not just collections of wives and concubines. They were complex political institutions that included queens, secondary wives, royal children, palace officials, and extensive networks of servants and supporters. These communities had their own hierarchies, rivalries, and political agendas that could significantly influence royal decision-making. Competition between different queens and their children for succession rights created natural fault lines within the royal household that could be exploited by ambitious conspirators. If one queen felt that her son was being passed over in favor of a rival's child, she might well organize a conspiracy to eliminate obstacles to her preferred succession. The fact that Amenemhat had established Senusret as co-ruler and heir apparent would not necessarily have ended such competitions. It might simply have redirected them toward eliminating Amenemhat himself. The role of palace officials in these harem conspiracies was crucial because they provided the technical expertise and access necessary to carry out successful assassinations. High-ranking administrators, military officers, and religious officials all had legitimate reasons to be present in royal quarters and could coordinate complex plots involving multiple participants. Their professional skills in organization, communication, and resource management made them ideal conspiracy leaders, while their positions of trust gave them access to information and opportunities that outside plotters would lack. The international dimensions of Amenemhat's assassination also deserve consideration. Though the evidence for foreign involvement is limited and ambiguous, Egypt during the Middle Kingdom was actively engaged with neighboring civilizations through trade, diplomacy, and occasional warfare. Foreign powers with interests in Egyptian politics might have seen advantages in supporting palace conspiracies, providing resources or sanctuary to plotters, or simply taking advantage of political instability to advance their own agendas. The Libyan campaign that Senusret was conducting at the time of the assassination may have been more than coincidental timing. If foreign enemies were aware of internal tensions within the Egyptian court, they might have coordinated military pressure with domestic conspiracies to maximize the chances of success. Alternatively, the stress of military operations might have exacerbated existing political tensions within the royal household, creating opportunities for conspiracy that might not have existed during peacetime. The immediate aftermath of Amenemhat's assassination reveals important aspects of how Middle Kingdom political institutions responded to crisis and how Senusret first managed to survive and ultimately triumph over the conspiracy that killed his father. The speed with which Senusret returned from campaign and secured his position as sole ruler suggests that he had either anticipated the possibility of such an attack or had well-prepared contingency plans for dealing with palace coups. Senusret's response to his father's murder appears to have been swift, systematic, and utterly ruthless. While the specific details of his retribution are not preserved in contemporary sources, later texts and archaeological evidence suggest that he carried out extensive purges of suspected conspirators and their supporters. The fact that virtually no contemporary sources mention the names of the assassins suggests that Senusret made a deliberate effort to erase their identities from the historical record, denying them any form of immortality or recognition. This practice of damnatio memoriae, or erasure of names, was one of the most severe punishments available in Egyptian culture, where preservation of one's name and memory was considered essential for survival in the afterlife. By destroying all records of the conspirators' identities, Senusret was condemning them not just to death in this world, but to spiritual extinction in the next. This was a punishment that went beyond mere execution to encompass total annihilation of the criminal's existence. The systematic nature of this name erasure suggests that Senusret's investigation of the conspiracy was thorough and extensive. Identifying all participants in a complex palace plot would have required sophisticated interrogation techniques, careful analysis of palace records and communications, and probably the use of torture to extract confessions and additional information. The fact that the conspiracy was apparently completely eliminated, with no surviving participants to cause future trouble, indicates that Senusret's response was both comprehensive and effective. Archaeological evidence from sites associated with Amenemhat's reign provides some additional insights into the assassination and its aftermath. Though the evidence is fragmentary and often difficult to interpret, inscriptions from various temples and administrative sites show signs of deliberate defacement that may be related to the purges following the assassination. Names and images that were carefully erased from monuments could represent either the conspirators themselves or officials who were suspected of involvement in the plot. The construction history of royal monuments from this period also shows interesting patterns that may be related to the political crisis. Several building projects that were initiated under Amenemhat were modified or redirected under Senusret, possibly reflecting changes in political priorities or the elimination of officials who had been responsible for the original designs. The reallocation of resources and personnel following a major palace conspiracy would naturally have affected ongoing construction projects. The religious dimensions of the assassination and its aftermath are particularly fascinating because they reveal how Egyptians understood the relationship between political violence and cosmic order. The murder of a pharaoh was not just a political crime. It was a theological crisis that threatened the fundamental structure of the universe. The fact that the assassins were apparently successful, even temporarily, raised disturbing questions about divine protection and the nature of royal authority. The literary response to these theological challenges is evident in both the instruction of Amenemhat and the tale of Sinuhe, which go to considerable lengths to demonstrate that cosmic justice was ultimately restored despite the temporary triumph of evil. Amenemhat's ghost emphasizes that his death was part of a larger divine plan, and that his son's eventual victory represented the restoration of proper order. Sinuhe's eventual return to Egypt and royal forgiveness similarly demonstrate that temporary exile and disorder were ultimately overcome by divine mercy and justice. The propaganda dimensions of these texts are also significant because they represent sophisticated attempts to control the narrative surrounding the assassination and minimize its potential damage to royal authority. By presenting the murder as a temporary setback that was quickly corrected rather than a fundamental challenge to divine kingship, these works helped preserve the ideological foundations of Egyptian monarchy while acknowledging the reality of political violence. The psychological impact of Amenemhat's assassination on Egyptian political culture was probably profound and long-lasting. The knowledge that even the most successful and powerful pharaoh could be murdered by his own trusted servants would have fundamentally altered how rulers and their supporters thought about security, loyalty, and political relationships. The paranoia and suspicion that such knowledge would naturally generate probably influenced royal behavior for generations. Evidence for this psychological impact can be seen in the increasing sophistication of royal security measures during later periods of the Middle Kingdom. Palace architecture became more complex and defensible, with multiple layers of protection around royal quarters. The organization of royal guards was modified to include more elaborate systems of checks and balances designed to prevent coordinated conspiracies. Administrative procedures were altered to reduce the concentration of power in individual officials who might pose threats to royal authority. The literary legacy of Amenemhat's assassination also had important cultural impacts that extended far beyond immediate political concerns. The Instruction of Amenemhat became one of the most widely copied and studied texts in Egyptian educational systems, ensuring that future generations of scribes and administrators would be familiar with the story and its lessons about loyalty, betrayal, and political responsibility. The popularity of this text throughout Egyptian history demonstrates the lasting impact of the assassination on Egyptian political consciousness. The influence of these assassination narratives can also be traced in later Egyptian literature, which frequently returns to themes of political conspiracy, betrayal by trusted associates, and the challenges of maintaining order in the face of internal threats. The sophisticated psychological and political analysis present in the Amenemhat texts established literary and intellectual traditions that would influence Egyptian thinking about power and authority for centuries. The international reception of news about Amenemhat's assassination also had important diplomatic and cultural consequences. Foreign courts and trading partners would have been keenly interested in Egyptian political stability, both because of their direct economic and political relationships with Egypt and because Egyptian strength or weakness affected the broader balance of power in the ancient Near East. The successful restoration of order under Senusret would have sent important messages about Egyptian resilience and the effectiveness of Egyptian political institutions. The legal innovations that emerged in response to the assassination also had lasting impacts on Egyptian jurisprudence and administrative practice. New procedures for investigating political crimes, enhanced protections for royal security, and more sophisticated systems for monitoring court officials all appear to have been developed in response to the lessons learned from this conspiracy. These innovations would prove crucial in preventing similar attacks during later periods. The military reforms that followed the assassination were equally significant and probably contributed substantially to the Middle Kingdom's subsequent military successes. The shock of discovering that palace guards could not be trusted to protect the pharaoh led to fundamental changes in military organization, recruitment, and command structures. These reforms helped create the professional military forces that would enable later Middle Kingdom pharaohs to project Egyptian power throughout the ancient Near East. The economic implications of the assassination and its aftermath were also substantial, though they are difficult to trace in detail through the available sources. Palace conspiracies typically involved significant financial costs, both for the resources required to carry them out and for the investigations and punishments that followed their discovery. The elimination of high-ranking officials and their supporters would have disrupted administrative continuity and required expensive replacement and retraining of personnel. The social impacts of the assassination extended beyond the immediate court circle to affect broader Egyptian society. The knowledge that even pharaohs could be murdered by their own servants would have influenced popular attitudes toward authority, loyalty, and social hierarchy. The literary works that commemorated the assassination and its aftermath helped shape public understanding of these events, but they could not entirely eliminate the subversive implications of successful regicide. The technological aspects of the assassination also deserve attention because they reveal important information about palace security and the methods available to ancient assassins. The emphasis in the sources on weapons being turned against the pharaoh suggests that the conspirators used the same arms that were normally employed to protect him. This implies that the attack was carried out with standard military equipment rather than specialized assassination tools, indicating that the key to success lay in access and timing rather than technological innovation. The timing of the attack, after supper, when night had fallen, also reveals important aspects of ancient palace routines and security arrangements. Royal meals were typically elaborate affairs attended by numerous officials and servants. But the period afterward, when the pharaoh retired to his private quarters, would have been much more restricted. The conspirators' ability to strike during this vulnerable period suggests detailed knowledge of royal schedules and security procedures. The coordination required for the attack also implies sophisticated planning and communication among the conspirators. Multiple attackers would have needed to be positioned correctly. Backup plans would have been necessary in case the initial attack failed, and escape routes would have required preparation. The successful execution of such a complex operation demonstrates that the conspiracy involved people with considerable organizational skills and detailed knowledge of palace operations. The investigation techniques used by Senusret to identify and eliminate the conspirators also provide insights into Middle Kingdom administrative and judicial capabilities. The thoroughness with which the conspiracy was apparently unraveled suggests sophisticated interrogation methods, careful analysis of palace records and communications, and probably the use of informants and surveillance. These capabilities demonstrate that Egyptian administrative systems were considerably more sophisticated than is sometimes recognized. The propaganda war that followed the assassination was equally important and demonstrates sophisticated understanding of public opinion and political communication. The production of literary works like the Instruction of Amenemhat, and the Tale of Sinuhe represented coordinated efforts to control public understanding of the events and minimize their potentially destabilizing implications. The success of this propaganda campaign can be measured by the fact that Senusret's reign was ultimately stable and successful, despite its violent beginning. The regional responses to news of the assassination also provide insights into the political structure of the Middle Kingdom and the relationship between central and provincial authorities. The fact that no major rebellions or independence movements emerged in response to the political crisis suggests that Senusret's authority was quickly and effectively re-established throughout the kingdom. This indicates that the Middle Kingdom's administrative and military systems were robust enough to survive even major shocks to central authority. The religious ceremonies and rituals that followed the assassination were probably extensive and important, though detailed records of these activities have not survived. Restoring the cosmic order that had been disrupted by regicide would have required elaborate religious observances designed to re-establish divine favor and confirm the legitimacy of the new sole ruler. These ceremonies would have served both theological and political purposes, demonstrating that the gods continued to support the dynasty despite the temporary triumph of evil. The artistic and cultural legacy of the assassination can also be traced through Middle Kingdom art and literature, which frequently depicts themes related to royal protection, divine justice, and the punishment of traitors. The sophistication and emotional power of works like The Instruction of Amenemhat established new standards for political literature that would influence Egyptian culture for centuries. The psychological depth and political sophistication of these works demonstrate that the traumatic experience of regicide had stimulated important intellectual and artistic developments. When we step back and consider the assassination of Amenemhat I in its full historical context, we see an event that was simultaneously a personal tragedy, a political crisis, and a cultural watershed that fundamentally shaped Egyptian civilization. The murder demonstrated the persistent vulnerabilities of even the most successful rulers, while also showcasing the resilience and sophistication of Egyptian political institutions. The literary and cultural responses to the assassination created some of the finest achievements of ancient Egyptian civilization, while also establishing intellectual traditions that would influence political thought for millennia. Most importantly, the successful resolution of the crisis under Senusret I proved that Egyptian civilization had learned crucial lessons from the chaos of the First Intermediate Period and developed the institutional capabilities necessary to survive even the most serious challenges to royal authority. The assassination of Amenemhat I thus represents both a culmination of earlier Egyptian political development and a foundation for the even greater achievements that would follow during the height of the Middle Kingdom. The New Kingdom period, spanning from approximately 1550 to 1077 BCE, represents the zenith of Egyptian imperial power and cultural achievement. But it also witnessed some of the most sophisticated and consequential political murders in ancient history. This was an era when Egypt controlled vast territories from Sudan to Syria, when pharaohs commanded unprecedented wealth and military might, and when the royal court had evolved into a complex international center of diplomacy and intrigue. Yet, despite all this power and sophistication, or perhaps because of it, the New Kingdom pharaohs faced constant threats from within their own palaces, their own families, and their own trusted advisors. The murders and conspiracies of this period reveal how imperial success could create new vulnerabilities, and how the very mechanisms designed to protect royal authority could be turned against it. The political landscape of the New Kingdom was fundamentally different from earlier periods, in ways that both increased the stakes of palace intrigue and created new opportunities for ambitious conspirators. Egypt was no longer an isolated kingdom, focused primarily on maintaining internal order. It was now an international empire with complex relationships throughout the ancient Near East. Royal marriages had become diplomatic tools, Foreign princesses lived in Egyptian palaces, and court officials regularly traveled to distant lands on royal business. This internationalization of Egyptian politics created new sources of tension and conflict that could easily spill over into violence. The wealth and luxury of New Kingdom courts also created new temptations and opportunities for criminal activity. The pharaohs of this period controlled unprecedented resources, including vast quantities of gold from Nubian mines, tribute from conquered territories, and luxury goods from throughout the known world. The concentration of such wealth in royal palaces naturally attracted thieves, but it also created opportunities for corruption and conspiracy among officials who had access to these resources. The very success of Egyptian imperialism thus created new vulnerabilities that earlier pharaohs had not needed to confront. The military character of New Kingdom society also influenced the nature of political violence during this period. Unlike earlier eras when pharaohs were primarily religious and administrative figures, New Kingdom rulers were expected to be warrior kings who personally led military campaigns and demonstrated their prowess in battle. This militarization of royal authority meant that court officials and family members were often experienced in warfare and had access to weapons and military expertise that could be used for violent purposes. The same skills that made someone an effective general or administrator could also make them a dangerous conspirator. Perhaps no figure from the New Kingdom period has captured modern imagination quite like Tutankhamun, the boy pharaoh whose intact tomb provided unprecedented insights into royal burial practices and whose mysterious death has inspired countless theories about ancient murder and conspiracy. When Howard Carter first opened Tutankhamun's tomb in 1922, the discovery seemed to offer a perfect window into ancient Egyptian royal life. But it also raised disturbing questions about how and why this young pharaoh had died at approximately 18 years of age after ruling for only about 10 years. The initial examination of Tutankhamun's mummy by early 20th century researchers suggested that the young pharaoh might have been murdered, possibly by a blow to the head that caused fatal brain trauma. X-rays taken in the 1960s revealed what appeared to be bone fragments loose inside the skull cavity, leading some researchers to theorize that Tutankhamun had been struck by a heavy object or weapon that caused massive head trauma. This theory was particularly compelling because it seemed to fit with the political circumstances surrounding the pharaoh's death and the subsequent power struggles that engulfed the royal court. The murder theory gained additional credibility from the chaotic political situation that followed Tutankhamun's death. The young pharaoh had no surviving children to inherit the throne, creating a succession crisis that was resolved only through a series of increasingly desperate political maneuvers that ultimately failed to preserve the 18th dynasty. The fact that power eventually passed to military commanders, rather than members of the royal family, suggested that Tutankhamun's death had triggered a broader collapse of legitimate authority that benefited those who were prepared to seize power through force. The potential murderers identified by proponents of the assassination theory included several figures who had both motive and opportunity to eliminate the young pharaoh. I, who had served as Tutankhamun's chief advisor and who became pharaoh after the boy's death, was an obvious suspect because he stood to gain the most from eliminating his young master. I was not a member of the royal family and would normally have had no claim to the throne. But Tutankhamun's death without heirs created an opportunity for an ambitious courtier to seize power. Horemheb, the military commander who eventually became pharaoh after I's brief reign, was another potential suspect because he had the military resources necessary to carry out a palace coup and the political connections needed to cover up evidence of foul play. Horemheb's subsequent efforts to erase the memory of both Tutankhamun and I from official records suggested that he wanted to eliminate all traces of the period immediately preceding his own rise to power, which could indicate guilt or simply political pragmatism. The international dimensions of the succession crisis also provided potential motives for murder. Egypt was engaged in complex diplomatic and military relationships with neighboring powers, particularly the Hittite Empire. And foreign interests might have seen advantages in eliminating a pharaoh who was pursuing policies that threatened their own agendas. The young Tutankhamun's advisors were actively seeking to restore Egyptian influence in Syria and Palestine, which would necessarily have brought Egypt into conflict with Hittite expansion in the same regions. However, modern forensic analysis has complicated and largely undermined the simple murder theory that dominated earlier scholarship. CT scans and other advanced imaging techniques applied to Tutankhamun's mummy in recent decades have revealed a much more complex picture of the pharaoh's death that suggests accident or illness rather than deliberate homicide. The supposed evidence for head trauma has been reinterpreted as post-mortem damage that occurred during the mummification process or later handling of the remains. Instead, current forensic evidence points to a severe leg fracture as the most likely cause of Tutankhamun's death. The mummy shows clear evidence of a broken left leg that became infected, possibly leading to gangrene and blood poisoning that would have been fatal given the medical limitations of the ancient world. This injury is consistent with a chariot accident or similar mishap that could easily have occurred during hunting or military activities that were regular parts of a pharaoh's duties. Additional evidence suggests that malaria may have contributed to Tutankhamun's death, either as a primary cause or as a complicating factor that weakened his ability to recover from the leg injury. DNA analysis of tissue samples from the mummy has revealed genetic markers associated with malaria, and the disease was certainly endemic in ancient Egypt. A young pharaoh already weakened by malaria would have been particularly vulnerable to secondary infections from traumatic injuries. The chariot accident theory has gained credibility from analysis of grave goods found in Tutankhamun's tomb, which includes several damaged chariots that show evidence of high-speed impacts. While these damaged vehicles were probably ritual objects rather than the actual chariot involved in any fatal accident, their presence suggests that chariot crashes were sufficiently common or symbolically important to warrant inclusion in royal burial equipment. Yet while the forensic evidence has moved away from simple murder theories, the political circumstances surrounding Tutankhamun's death remain deeply suspicious and suggest that even if the pharaoh died from natural causes or accidents, his death certainly triggered a series of violent political maneuvers that included at least one clear case of international assassination. The story of what happened after Tutankhamun's death is in many ways more disturbing than theories about how he died, revealing the brutal realities of ancient international politics and the lengths to which ambitious individuals would go to secure power. The key figure in this post-mortem drama was Tutankhamun's widow, Ankhesenamun, whose desperate attempts to secure her own position and preserve some vestige of legitimate royal authority led directly to one of the most shocking international crimes of the ancient world. Ankhesenamun found herself in an impossible situation after her husband's death. She was still young and capable of bearing children, but she had no male relatives who could claim the throne, and the powerful courtiers who had controlled the government during Tutankhamun's minority were clearly preparing to eliminate her from the succession entirely. In this desperate situation, Ankhesenamun took the extraordinary step of writing directly to Egypt's greatest enemy, the Hittite king Suppiluliuma I, asking him to send one of his sons to marry her and become pharaoh of Egypt. This letter, preserved in Hittite archives, represents one of the most remarkable diplomatic documents from the ancient world and reveals the queen's sophisticated understanding of international politics, as well as her desperation to avoid the fate that awaited her if she remained in Egypt. The letter reads, "My husband has died and I have no son. People say that you have many sons. If you send me one of your sons, he could become my husband. I do not want to take one of my servants as a husband." The phrase about not wanting to take one of my servants as a husband clearly refers to the expectation that she would be forced to marry Ai or another court official who would use the marriage to legitimize his claim to the throne. This was exactly the kind of political marriage that had been used throughout Egyptian history to transfer power between dynasties. But it would have reduced Ankhesenamun to little more than a ceremonial figure in her own kingdom. The Hittite king's initial reaction to this request was skeptical, as well it might have been. The idea that the Queen of Egypt would voluntarily invite a foreign prince to take over her country seemed almost too good to be true, and Suppiluliuma suspected some kind of trap or deception. He sent an envoy to Egypt to investigate the situation and confirm that the offer was genuine, a decision that probably saved his son's life, at least temporarily. The Hittite envoy's report apparently convinced Suppiluliuma that the opportunity was real and worth the considerable risks involved. Egypt was the richest and most powerful state in the known world, and the chance to place a Hittite prince on the pharaonic throne represented a diplomatic and strategic prize beyond anything the Hittites could have hoped to achieve through military conquest. Suppiluliuma agreed to the marriage proposal and selected his son Zananza to travel to Egypt and marry the widowed queen. But the journey that should have made Zananza pharaoh of Egypt instead made him a victim of one of ancient history's most calculated political murders. The prince never reached the Egyptian court. He was killed en route, almost certainly by Egyptian agents acting on orders from the court faction that opposed the marriage alliance. The assassination was carried out with such efficiency and secrecy that we have no details about how it was accomplished. But Hittite sources make clear that Zananza died violently, and that his death was blamed directly on Egyptian treachery. The murder of Prince Zananza represents a fascinating case study in ancient international assassination, because it reveals the sophisticated intelligence and operational capabilities that major powers had developed by the New Kingdom period. The Egyptian agents responsible for the killing would have needed detailed information about the prince's travel routes and security arrangements, suggesting that Egypt maintained extensive spy networks in Hittite territory. They would also have needed to coordinate their attack carefully to ensure that no survivors could provide evidence of Egyptian involvement, though the circumstances were apparently suspicious enough that the Hittites immediately suspected foul play. The motive for the assassination is clear enough. The court faction led by Ai and supported by military commanders like Horemheb had no intention of allowing a foreign prince to become pharaoh, regardless of his marriage to the legitimate queen. From their perspective, Ankhesenamun's desperate diplomatic initiative represented not just a threat to their own ambitions, but a betrayal of Egyptian independence and dignity that justified extreme measures to prevent its success. The technical challenges involved in assassinating a foreign prince traveling under diplomatic protection would have been considerable and probably required resources and expertise that only a major state could mobilize. The assassins would have needed to intercept Zananza's party without leaving evidence that could be traced back to Egypt, which suggests the use of disguises, false identities, or possibly local mercenaries who could not be connected to Egyptian official. The success of the operation demonstrates the sophistication of Egyptian intelligence services and their willingness to take enormous risks to protect perceived national interests. The international consequences of Zananza's murder were severe and long-lasting, effectively ending any possibility of peaceful resolution of Egyptian-Hittite conflicts and leading to decades of warfare that weakened both empires. Suppiluliuma's reaction to his son's death was swift and furious. He immediately launched military campaigns against Egyptian territory in Syria and Palestine, seeking both revenge and territorial compensation for the diplomatic betrayal. These wars continued for years and contributed to the gradual decline of Egyptian imperial power in the ancient Near East. The domestic consequences of the murder were equally significant because they confirmed the triumph of the military and administrative factions that had opposed the Hittite marriage alliance. Ankhesenamun disappears from the historical record shortly after Zenanza's death, almost certainly eliminated by the same forces that had killed the Hittite prince. I became pharaoh as expected, probably through a marriage to the widowed queen that legitimized his claim to power. But his reign was brief, and he was subsequently overthrown by Horemheb, who established a new dynasty and systematically erased the memory of the entire Amarna period from official records. The case of Ankhesenamun and Prince Zenanza thus illustrates several important themes about New Kingdom political violence: the international dimensions of court conspiracies, the sophisticated intelligence and operational capabilities available to major powers, and the willingness of ambitious individuals to commit murder on an international scale to achieve their political objectives. It also demonstrates how the very success of Egyptian imperialism created new vulnerabilities and conflicts that earlier pharaohs had not needed to confront. Another major figure whose death has raised questions about political violence and conspiracy is Hatshepsut, one of the most successful female pharaohs in Egyptian history, whose reign was later subjected to systematic attempts at erasure that suggest either guilt about her elimination or fear of her legacy. Hatshepsut ruled Egypt for approximately 22 years during the early 18th dynasty, initially as regent for her stepson Thutmose III, but eventually as pharaoh in her own right. Her reign was marked by unprecedented prosperity, successful trade expeditions, and massive building projects that rank among the greatest achievements of Egyptian architecture. However, Hatshepsut's death around 1458 BCE was followed by a systematic campaign to erase her memory from official records, a process that involved defacing her monuments, removing her name from king lists, and attributing her achievements to male relatives. This damnatio memoriae was so thorough that Hatshepsut was virtually unknown to modern scholarship until the 19th century, when archaeological discoveries began to reveal the extent of her accomplishments and the deliberate nature of her erasure from Egyptian history. The timing and systematic nature of this erasure campaign has led some scholars to suspect that Hatshepsut may have been murdered by supporters of Thutmose III, who was eager to assume sole power and eliminate any challenges to his legitimacy. The fact that the erasure campaign began shortly after Hatshepsut's death and focused specifically on removing evidence of her royal status suggests that her elimination was part of a broader political conspiracy aimed at restoring traditional male kingship and eliminating precedents for female rule. Modern examination of Hatshepsut's mummy, identified through DNA analysis in 2007, has revealed that she died in her early 50s, probably from complications related to diabetes and bone cancer. The forensic evidence suggests natural death rather than murder, but the circumstances surrounding her death and the immediate aftermath remain suspicious. The fact that she apparently died suddenly after a relatively brief illness, combined with the speed and efficiency of the subsequent erasure campaign, suggests that her death may have been accelerated, or that her natural illness was seen as an opportunity by those who wanted to eliminate her from power. The political context of Hatshepsut's death supports theories about conspiracy and planned elimination. Thutmose III had been co-ruler with Hatshepsut for many years, but had been effectively sidelined during her reign, serving primarily in military roles while she controlled domestic policy and administration. Ancient sources suggest growing tensions between the two rulers in the final years of Hatshepsut's reign, particularly over military policy and the succession arrangements for the next generation. The systematic nature of the erasure campaign that followed Hatshepsut's death is particularly revealing because it required extensive resources, careful planning, and the cooperation of numerous officials throughout the Egyptian bureaucracy. Monument defacement was not something that could be accomplished quickly or secretly. It required teams of skilled craftsmen working over extended periods to carefully remove specific names and images while preserving the overall integrity of the monuments. This suggests that the Erasure Campaign was an official government project rather than random vandalism or personal revenge. The selectivity of the erasure process also provides important clues about its political motivations. The campaigners focused specifically on removing evidence of Hatshepsut's royal status, while generally preserving references to her earlier roles as queen and regent. This suggests that the goal was not to eliminate her from history entirely, but to erase the precedent of successful female kingship that her reign had established. From this perspective, the Erasure Campaign was less about personal hatred of Hatshepsut than about institutional concerns about the implications of her success for future royal succession. The international dimensions of Hatshepsut's reign and death also deserve consideration, because they reveal how domestic political conspiracies could have foreign policy implications. Hatshepsut's peaceful approach to international relations, emphasizing trade and diplomacy over military conquest, had created tensions with military officials who preferred more aggressive policies toward neighboring powers. Her death and replacement by Thutmose III led to immediate changes in Egyptian foreign policy, including major military campaigns that significantly expanded Egyptian territory and influence. The possibility that foreign powers may have had interests in Hatshepsut's elimination cannot be entirely dismissed, though direct evidence for such involvement is lacking. Egyptian military inactivity during her reign may have encouraged neighboring powers to become more aggressive in challenging Egyptian interests. And these powers might have seen advantages in supporting a transition to more militaristic leadership. However, the primary evidence suggests that any conspiracy against Hatshepsut was predominantly domestic in nature and motivation. The long-term consequences of Hatshepsut's death and erasure were significant for Egyptian political culture and institutional development. The systematic elimination of her memory sent clear messages about the limits of acceptable female political participation, and reinforced traditional concepts of kingship that emphasized male military leadership. These messages probably influenced the behavior of later queens and female officials, who would have understood that challenging traditional gender roles could have severe consequences even for the most successful individuals. The technical aspects of the Erasure Campaign also demonstrate the sophisticated bureaucratic and artistic capabilities available to New Kingdom pharaohs for implementing large-scale political projects. The precision with which Hatshepsut's names and images were removed from monuments throughout Egypt required coordination between central authorities and local officials. Detailed knowledge of artistic and textual traditions, and careful quality control to ensure consistency across different sites and contexts. The 19th dynasty, which came to power following the military coup that established Horemheb's rule, continued the patterns of political violence and conspiracy that had characterized the late 18th dynasty. Though the evidence for specific murders and conspiracies from this period is often fragmentary and difficult to interpret, one particularly intriguing case involves Pharaoh Merneptah, who ruled Egypt from approximately 1213 to 1203 BCE, and whose reign was marked by significant military challenges and possible internal political tensions that may have included assassination attempts or coup plots. Merneptah was the son of the great Ramesses II and came to power late in life after a long career as crown prince and military commander. His advanced age at accession, probably around 60 years old, may have created expectations that his reign would be brief and transitional, leading ambitious court officials to begin positioning themselves for the succession struggles that would follow his death. The fact that Merneptah ultimately reigned for a decade suggests that he was more durable than his enemies anticipated. But fragmentary evidence suggests that his reign included at least one serious conspiracy that threatened his hold on power. The evidence for conspiracy during Merneptah's reign comes primarily from a damaged papyrus known as the Athens Papyrus, which appears to reference a plot involving one of the pharaoh's own sons possibly Prince Seti, who may have attempted to seize power through a palace coup. The text is too fragmentary to provide clear details about the nature of the conspiracy or its ultimate outcome. But the mere existence of such a document suggests that Merneptah's reign included serious internal political challenges that went beyond normal court intrigue. The international context of Merneptah's reign provides additional reasons why palace conspiracies might have emerged during this period. Egypt was facing unprecedented external pressures from the Sea Peoples, a confederation of maritime raiders who were disrupting trade and political stability throughout the eastern Mediterranean. The Libyan tribes were also becoming increasingly aggressive, taking advantage of Egyptian preoccupation with other threats to raid Nile Delta communities. These external challenges created domestic political tensions as different court factions advocated different strategies for dealing with the threats. The military demands of Merneptah's reign also created opportunities for ambitious generals and court officials to gain influence and potentially challenge royal authority. The pharaoh was forced to delegate considerable authority to military commanders who were responsible for defending Egypt's borders and maintaining internal security. These delegations of power created natural opportunities for conspiracy, as ambitious commanders might see advantages in eliminating their royal patron and claiming authority for themselves. The succession arrangements for Merneptah's reign were also potentially problematic because the pharaoh had multiple sons who could claim legitimate rights to inherit the throne. Competition between these princes and their respective supporters could easily have led to conspiracy and violence, particularly as the aging pharaoh's health began to decline and succession questions became more pressing. The fragmentary evidence suggesting involvement by Prince Seti in some kind of plot against his father fits this pattern of family-based political conspiracy. The religious dimensions of potential conspiracies during Merneptah's reign also deserve consideration because the pharaoh was dealing with significant challenges to traditional Egyptian religious authority. The period was marked by increasing influence of foreign deities and religious practices, partly as a result of Egypt's extensive international contacts and partly due to the settlement of foreign populations within Egyptian territory. These religious changes created tensions with traditional priesthoods that could have spilled over into political conspiracy. The economic pressures of Merneptah's reign may also have contributed to political instability and conspiracy. The massive military expenditures required to deal with external threats strained the royal treasury and required increased taxation and conscription that created popular discontent. Court officials responsible for implementing these unpopular policies might have seen advantages in eliminating the pharaoh and pursuing alternative strategies that would reduce their own political vulnerabilities. The archaeological evidence for political violence during Merneptah's reign is limited but suggestive of broader patterns of instability and conflict. Several administrative sites show evidence of destruction and hasty reconstruction during this period, though it is often difficult to determine whether this damage resulted from external attacks, internal conflicts, or natural disasters. The pattern of destruction and rebuilding does suggest that Merneptah's reign was more turbulent than official sources acknowledge. The artistic and literary evidence from Merneptah's reign also reflects themes of conflict, threat, and the need for strong royal leadership in the face of challenges. Royal inscriptions from this period emphasize the pharaoh's military virtues and divine protection more extensively than is typical for earlier New Kingdom texts, suggesting that political legitimacy required more explicit justification during this period of crisis. This emphasis on legitimacy could reflect concerns about internal as well as external threats to royal authority. The international intelligence networks that had developed during the New Kingdom period also created new opportunities for foreign involvement in domestic Egyptian conspiracies. Egypt's enemies would have had strong incentives to support internal Egyptian opposition groups or to assassinate pharaohs who were effective military leaders. The sophisticated diplomatic and intelligence capabilities that powers like the Hittites had demonstrated in earlier periods would have made such foreign interference both possible and attractive. The role of the Egyptian military in potential conspiracies during this period deserves special attention because military officers had both the means and the opportunities necessary to threaten royal authority. The professionalization of the Egyptian army during the New Kingdom had created a class of career military officers who owed their positions to royal favor, but who also had independent power bases that could be used against the pharaoh if circumstances warranted. The balance between royal control and military autonomy was always delicate and could easily tip toward conspiracy during periods of political stress. The technological aspects of potential New Kingdom assassinations also reflect the sophisticated military and administrative capabilities that had developed during this period of imperial expansion. Palace security had become much more elaborate than in earlier periods, with multiple layers of guards, complex architectural defenses, and sophisticated communication systems designed to protect royal authority. However, these same technologies could be turned against the pharaoh by insiders who understood how the systems worked and could exploit their vulnerabilities. The international diplomatic protocols that had developed during the New Kingdom also created new opportunities for assassination and conspiracy. Royal courts regularly hosted foreign ambassadors, merchants, and other visitors who could potentially serve as assassins or intelligence agents for hostile powers. The complex ceremonial requirements of international diplomacy created regular occasions when the pharaoh would be exposed to potential threats from foreign agents or domestic conspirators working in coordination with external enemies. The psychological pressures of New Kingdom kingship also created conditions that could lead to paranoia, miscalculation, and ultimately violence within royal circles. The enormous responsibilities of governing an empire, the constant threats of foreign invasion and internal rebellion, and the complex web of international and domestic political relationships all combined to create stress levels that could affect royal decision-making and interpersonal relationships within the court. When we examine the New Kingdom period as a whole, we see a complex pattern of political violence that reflects both the opportunities and the vulnerabilities created by imperial success. The wealth and power of New Kingdom pharaohs made them attractive targets for assassination, while the complexity of imperial administration created numerous opportunities for conspiracy and betrayal. The international character of New Kingdom politics also meant that domestic conspiracies could have foreign dimensions, while foreign threats could exploit internal Egyptian political divisions. The sophistication of New Kingdom political violence also reflects broader developments in ancient Near Eastern civilization during this period. The emergence of professional armies, complex bureaucratic systems, and sophisticated international diplomatic networks all contributed to more elaborate and dangerous forms of political conspiracy. The murders and assassination attempts of this period represent not just individual crimes, but systematic challenges to established political order that required equally systematic responses from royal authorities. The literary and cultural legacy of New Kingdom political violence continues to influence how we understand ancient Egyptian civilization and the general dynamics of political power in the ancient world. The dramatic stories of figures like Tutankhamun, Hatshepsut, and Ankhesenamun have captured modern imagination precisely because they reveal the human costs of political ambition and the fragility of even the most powerful ancient states. These stories remind us that behind the magnificent monuments and artistic achievements of ancient Egypt lay a world of political calculation, personal ambition, and sometimes deadly violence that shaped the course of one of history's greatest civilizations. The political murders and conspiracies we've examined so far pale in comparison to what unfolded in 1155 BCE during the final years of Ramesses III's reign, when the most elaborate and well-documented assassination plot in ancient Egyptian history nearly succeeded in destroying the 20th dynasty and plunging Egypt back into the chaos that had consumed the first intermediate period. This conspiracy was remarkable not just for its audacity and complexity, but for the extraordinary detail with which its discovery, investigation, and punishment were recorded in judicial papyri that provide unprecedented insights into ancient Egyptian criminal justice and the dark world of palace intrigue that lurked beneath the magnificent facade of imperial power. Ramesses III had ruled Egypt for over 30 years when the conspiracy against him began to take shape. And by most measures, his reign had been remarkably successful. He had defended Egypt against the devastating invasions of the Sea Peoples, maintained Egyptian control over Nubia and Palestine, and presided over a period of relative prosperity and cultural achievement that represented the last great flowering of New Kingdom civilization. Yet, this very success may have contributed to the conditions that made conspiracy possible, as the aging pharaoh's court had grown complacent, and the complex web of relationships within the royal household had become increasingly strained by competition for influence and succession rights. The royal harem during Ramesses III's reign was not simply a collection of wives and concubines. It was a sophisticated political institution that included multiple queens, secondary wives, royal children, palace officials, servants, and an extensive network of supporters and hangers-on who all had their own agendas and ambitions. This community functioned as a kind of state within a state, with its own hierarchies, economic interests, and political dynamics that could either support or threaten royal authority depending on how they were managed. The fact that Ramesses III had ruled for 3 decades meant that these relationships had had time to develop and calcify in ways that created natural fault lines for ambitious conspirators to exploit. The central figure in the conspiracy was Queen Tai, one of Ramesses III's secondary wives, who had borne him a son named Pentawere, but who had seen her child passed over in favor of the offspring of the primary queen when succession plans were being developed. This exclusion from the royal succession was not unusual in Egyptian royal households, where only one prince could inherit the throne. But it created powerful motivations for alternative action among those who felt their legitimate interests were being ignored. Tai's position as a royal wife gave her access to the pharaoh's private quarters and extensive connections throughout the palace hierarchy, making her an ideal leader for a conspiracy that required both intimate access to the intended victim and the ability to coordinate complex plots involving multiple participants. The conspiracy that Tai organized was remarkable for its scope and sophistication, involving not just palace personnel, but also external allies, magical practitioners, and even foreign contacts who could provide support for the planned coup. The plotters understood that killing Ramesses III would be only the first step in a broader campaign to place Pentawere on the throne and eliminate potential rivals who might challenge the new dynasty's legitimacy. This required careful planning, extensive coordination, and the willingness to commit multiple murders if necessary to achieve their ultimate objectives. One of the most fascinating aspects of the conspiracy was its integration of magical practices with more conventional political and military planning. The conspirators apparently believed that supernatural assistance would be necessary to overcome the divine protection that surrounded the pharaoh. So they recruited practitioners of various forms of magic to support their efforts. These magical allies provided wax figurines that were supposed to weaken or incapacitate enemies, potions and spells designed to influence the behavior of potential supporters, and protective charms intended to shield the conspirators from detection and retaliation. The use of wax figurines in the conspiracy is particularly intriguing because it reveals Egyptian beliefs about the relationship between magical practice and political action. These figurines were not simply superstitious artifacts, but were considered to be powerful magical tools that could affect the real world through sympathetic magic. The conspirators apparently believed that by manipulating wax representations of their enemies, they could cause actual harm to the people those figures represented. This magical dimension of the conspiracy demonstrates the sophisticated understanding of psychological warfare that characterized ancient Egyptian political culture. The recruitment of magical practitioners also reveals the extensive networks of alternative religious and occult practitioners that existed alongside official Egyptian religious institutions. These practitioners apparently operated with considerable autonomy and were willing to involve themselves in political conspiracies for appropriate compensation. Their participation in the plot against Ramesses III suggests that the conspiracy had ramifications beyond simple palace politics and touched on broader tensions between official and unofficial religious authority within Egyptian society. The actual assassination attempt was carried out during a harem gathering, probably during one of the regular festivals or ceremonies that brought the royal family together for religious and social purposes. These occasions provided ideal opportunities for conspiracy because they required the pharaoh to relax his normal security precautions and interact intimately with people who might otherwise have limited access to him. The conspirators apparently planned their attack carefully, taking advantage of their knowledge of royal routines and their positions within the palace hierarchy to position themselves for maximum effect. The attack itself appears to have been successful, at least in the immediate sense, while the judicial papyri that record the subsequent investigation are damaged in crucial places. Modern forensic analysis of Ramesses III's mummy has revealed evidence that strongly suggests he died violently rather than from natural causes. CT scans of the mummy show a deep cut across the pharaoh's throat that would have severed his windpipe and major blood vessels, causing rapid death from blood loss and asphyxiation. This wound is consistent with assassination by a sharp weapon, probably a knife or dagger wielded by someone with close access to the pharaoh. The forensic evidence also suggests that the assassination was carried out with considerable skill and determination. The throat wound is deep and precisely placed, indicating that the attacker knew exactly what they were doing and had the resolution to complete the act, despite the enormous risks involved. This level of expertise suggests that the actual killer was either an experienced warrior or had received training in assassination techniques, possibilities that are consistent with the involvement of palace guards or military officials in the conspiracy. However, while the conspirators succeeded in killing Ramesses III, they failed completely in their ultimate objective of placing Pentawari on the throne. The assassination apparently triggered immediate countermeasures by loyalist forces within the palace, probably led by the legitimate heir and other members of the royal family who had not been involved in the conspiracy. The speed with which the conspiracy was discovered and suppressed suggests that the loyalists had either been aware of the plot in advance or had well-prepared contingency plans for dealing with such crises. The investigation that followed the assassination was thorough, systematic, and remarkably well documented, providing modern scholars with unprecedented insights into ancient Egyptian judicial procedures and criminal investigation techniques. The judicial papyri that record these proceedings, particularly the Great Harris Papyrus and the Judicial Papyrus of Turin, represent some of the most detailed legal documents surviving from the ancient world and reveal sophisticated understanding of evidence gathering, witness testimony, and judicial procedure that rivals modern legal systems in many respects. The investigation was conducted by a special tribunal of judges who were apparently selected for their loyalty to the royal family and their expertise in legal matters. These judges were given extraordinary powers to interrogate suspects, gather evidence, and impose punishments without the normal procedural safeguards that might have protected defendants in ordinary criminal cases. The urgency of the situation and the gravity of the crimes apparently justified the suspension of normal legal protections in favor of rapid and decisive action to eliminate the conspiracy and restore royal authority. The judicial records reveal that the investigation ultimately identified over 30 individuals who were implicated in various aspects of the conspiracy, ranging from direct participants in the assassination to peripheral figures who had provided support or simply failed to report suspicious activities to proper authorities. The systematic nature of this investigation suggests that the judges employed sophisticated techniques for tracing connections between conspirators, analyzing evidence, and extracting confessions from reluctant witnesses. The interrogation methods used during the investigation probably included torture, though the judicial papyri use euphemistic language that makes it difficult to determine exactly what techniques were employed. References to defendants being questioned severely and made to understand their crimes suggest that physical coercion was used to extract confessions and additional information about the conspiracy. The effectiveness of these interrogations in identifying large numbers of participants suggests that the investigators were skilled in psychological and physical techniques for breaking down resistance and obtaining reliable information. The punishments imposed on the convicted conspirators were severe and reflected both the gravity of their crimes and the determination of the new regime to deter future attempts at regicide. Most of the principal conspirators were sentenced to death, though the judicial records often use euphemistic language like "they were made to die" rather than explicitly describing execution methods. The variety of punishments imposed suggests that the judges tailored their sentences to the specific roles that different individuals had played in the conspiracy and their social status within Egyptian society. The fate of Prince Pentawere, the conspiracy's intended beneficiary, was particularly dramatic and reveals important aspects of Egyptian attitudes toward royal blood and family honor. Rather than being executed like a common criminal, Pentawere was apparently given the option of taking his own life, a privilege that reflected his royal status while still ensuring that he paid the ultimate price for his involvement in the conspiracy. The judicial records indicate that he took his own life after being found guilty, though whether this was voluntary suicide or forced self-execution remains unclear. The identification of Pentawere's mummy represents one of the most dramatic convergences of ancient history and modern forensic science in Egyptological research. Among the royal mummies discovered in various caches during the 19th and 20th centuries was one particularly disturbing specimen that had been given the designation Unknown Man-E due to its unusual burial circumstances and grotesque appearance. Unlike most royal mummies, this individual had been wrapped in sheepskin, which was considered ritually impure in ancient Egypt, and his face was frozen in what appeared to be a scream of agony or terror. Modern DNA analysis has confirmed that this screaming mummy was indeed a son of Ramesses III, supporting the identification of the remains as Prince Pentawere. The unusual burial treatment and facial expression are consistent with someone who died under disgraceful circumstances and was denied the normal mummification rites accorded to members of the royal family. The sheepskin wrapping was probably intended as a mark of shame that would follow Pentawere into the afterlife, condemning him to spiritual as well as physical death. The forensic analysis of the screaming mummy also provides insights into the circumstances of Pentawere's death. While no obvious signs of violence are visible on the remains, the facial expression and body position suggest that he died in considerable distress, possibly from hanging or poisoning. The fact that his mouth was left open during mummification, creating the screaming expression, may have been a deliberate decision by embalmers to preserve evidence of his disgraceful death for eternity. The broader implications of the Harem conspiracy and its aftermath were significant for Egyptian political culture and institutional development. The successful suppression of the plot demonstrated the resilience of Egyptian royal institutions and their ability to survive even the most serious challenges to royal authority. However, the conspiracy also revealed dangerous vulnerabilities in palace security and succession arrangements that required systematic reforms to prevent future occurrences. The new pharaoh, Ramesses IV, implemented significant changes in palace security, harem administration, and succession procedures that were designed to reduce the likelihood of future conspiracies. These reforms included more rigorous background checks for palace personnel, enhanced surveillance of harem activities, and clearer succession laws that reduced ambiguity about inheritance rights. The success of these measures can be judged by the fact that no comparable conspiracies occurred during the remaining years of the 20th dynasty. The international dimensions of the harem conspiracy also deserve attention, because they reveal how domestic Egyptian political crises could have broader implications for regional stability and international relations. The assassination of Ramesses III occurred during a period of increasing external pressure on Egypt from various foreign powers, and the temporary weakness caused by the conspiracy may have encouraged additional foreign aggression. The rapid restoration of stable government under Ramesses IV was therefore crucial not just for domestic stability, but for maintaining Egyptian influence in the broader ancient Near Eastern political system. While the harem conspiracy represents the most spectacular example of organized political violence during the New Kingdom period, it was far from the only form of serious crime that plagued Egyptian society during these years. Beyond the palace walls, Egypt was experiencing what can only be described as an epidemic of criminal activity that included everything from organized tomb robbery to systematic corruption, and what might be called serial criminal behavior by individuals who engaged in repeated patterns of violent and illegal activity over extended periods. The most detailed documentation of this broader criminal underworld comes from the workmen's village of Deir el-Medina, which housed the skilled artisans responsible for constructing and decorating the royal tombs in the Valley of the Kings. This community has provided archaeologists with an unprecedented archive of documents that illuminate daily life in ancient Egypt, including extensive records of criminal activity and legal proceedings that reveal patterns of behavior that closely parallel modern concepts of serial criminality and organized crime. The central figure in the most extensive criminal case documented at Deir el-Medina was a man named Paneb, whose career of criminal activity was so extensive and well documented that it provides what may be the most complete profile of a serial criminal from the ancient world. Paneb held the position of foreman in the workmen's village, a role that gave him considerable authority over the construction and decoration of royal tombs and access to valuable materials and information that he systematically exploited for personal gain over a period of many years. The detailed record of Paneb's criminal activities comes from Papyrus Salt 124, a lengthy document that was apparently compiled by a rival named Amenakta, who sought to expose Paneb's crimes to higher authorities and have him removed from his position of power. This document reads like a comprehensive criminal dossier that catalogs years of illegal activity ranging from theft and corruption to assault and possibly murder. The systematic nature of Amenakta's accusations and the specific details he provides suggest that he had been carefully documenting Paneb's crimes for an extended period, possibly in preparation for a formal legal challenge. According to Amenakta's accusations, Paneb's criminal career began with relatively minor acts of corruption and theft, but escalated over time to include increasingly serious and violent offenses. The progression described in the papyrus suggests a pattern of criminal behavior that modern criminologists would recognize as characteristic of individuals who develop criminal lifestyles and become increasingly bold and reckless as they gain confidence and experience. This pattern of escalation from minor to major crimes is one of the hallmarks of serial criminal behavior in any historical period. The specific crimes attributed to Paneb include systematic theft of valuable materials from royal tomb construction projects, including precious stones, metals, and decorative objects that were intended for royal burial equipment. These thefts were apparently carried out over an extended period and involved considerable planning and coordination, as Paneb would have needed to conceal the missing items and dispose of them through networks of receivers and merchants who could convert stolen goods into personal profit. The corruption charges against Paneb reveal sophisticated understanding of how public office could be exploited for private gain through a variety of schemes that would be familiar to modern investigators of white-collar crime. Paneb apparently used his position as foreman to award construction contracts to his supporters, manipulate work schedules to create opportunities for private projects, and divert public resources to personal use. These activities required considerable organizational skill and the ability to maintain complex networks of collaborators and beneficiaries who could be relied upon to maintain secrecy and provide mutual support. The violence charges against Paneb are particularly disturbing because they suggest a pattern of intimidation and assault that was designed to maintain his criminal enterprises and silence potential witnesses or rivals. Amenakta accuses Paneb of repeatedly attacking colleagues during drunken rages, threatening to kill anyone who opposed him, and generally creating an atmosphere of fear and intimidation that allowed him to operate with impunity. This use of violence as a tool for maintaining criminal authority is another characteristic feature of serial criminal behavior that transcends historical periods. Perhaps the most serious charge against Paneb involves the alleged murder of his adoptive father, Neferhotep, who had previously held the foreman position that Paneb eventually inherited. According to Amenakta's account, Neferhotep died under suspicious circumstances after opposing some of Paneb's activities. And while the papyrus does not explicitly accuse Paneb of murder, the implication is clear that he was responsible for his adoptive father's death. If true, this would represent the ultimate escalation of Paneb's criminal career, from theft and corruption to homicide, in service of his ambitions. The social dimensions of Paneb's criminal activities also reveal important aspects of how crime functioned within the tightly knit community of Deir el-Medina. The village was small enough that everyone knew everyone else's business, yet Paneb apparently operated his criminal enterprises for years without being successfully challenged or removed from power. This suggests either that he had sufficient support within the community to protect himself from official action, or that the mechanisms for reporting and investigating crime were inadequate to deal with sophisticated criminal behavior. The economic aspects of Paneb's crimes also provide insights into the opportunities and temptations that were available to individuals with access to valuable resources and materials. The construction of royal tombs involved enormous quantities of precious metals, gems, and artistic objects that represented incredible wealth by the standards of ordinary Egyptians. The temptation to appropriate some of these materials for personal use must have been enormous. And individuals like Paneb, who had both access and authority, would have found it relatively easy to divert resources to personal use. The investigation and resolution of Paneb's case remains somewhat mysterious because the documentary record becomes fragmentary after Amenakta's initial accusations. However, the fact that Paneb's name disappears from village records suggests that the authorities ultimately took action against him, probably resulting in his removal from office and possibly his execution. The survival of Amenakta's dossier suggests that his accusations were taken seriously by higher authorities and that some form of official investigation was conducted. The broader pattern of criminal activity at Deir el-Medina extended far beyond individual cases like Paneb's, to include organized criminal enterprises that focused primarily on tomb robbery, the most lucrative and dangerous form of criminal activity available in ancient Egypt. The royal tombs in the Valley of the Kings contained unimaginable wealth in the form of gold, jewels, precious objects, and artistic treasures that represented irresistible targets for criminal groups with the skills and connections necessary to carry out successful raids. The documentation of tomb robbery during the New Kingdom period comes primarily from two major papyri, the Abbott Papyrus and the Amherst Papyrus, which record the investigations and trials of tomb robbers who were caught during major crackdowns on criminal activity. These documents provide detailed accounts of how tomb robbery was organized, how criminal groups operated, and how Egyptian authorities responded to what had become a major threat to royal and religious authority. The tomb robbery networks revealed in these papyri were sophisticated criminal organizations that included specialists in various aspects of illegal activity. Some members specialized in reconnaissance and intelligence gathering, identifying promising targets and gathering information about security arrangements and the location of valuable objects. Others specialized in the technical aspects of breaking into sealed tombs, including tunneling, stone cutting, and bypassing the various booby traps and security measures that tomb builders had installed to protect their work. The disposal networks for stolen tomb goods were equally sophisticated and extended far beyond Egypt to include international markets where Egyptian luxury objects could be sold without questions about their origins. The papyri reveal that stolen goods were often melted down or broken up to eliminate identifying marks, then sold through networks of merchants and middlemen who specialized in handling questionable merchandise. The international scope of these networks suggests that tomb robbery had become a major economic activity that supported extensive criminal enterprises. The scale of tomb robbery during the late New Kingdom period was truly staggering and represented a major drain on Egypt's cultural and economic resources. The papyri document cases involving dozens of participants and the theft of quantities of gold and precious objects that would have represented fortunes by any standard. The systematic nature of these crimes suggests that tomb robbery had become an established criminal industry rather than occasional opportunistic activity. The social composition of tomb robber gangs also reveals interesting patterns about crime and social status in ancient Egypt. While some participants were marginal figures who had little to lose from criminal activity, others were apparently respectable members of society who had been drawn into criminal enterprises by the enormous potential profits involved. The participation of palace officials, temple priests, and other establishment figures in tomb robbery suggests that corruption had penetrated deep into Egyptian society, and that the traditional moral constraints that should have prevented such activity had significantly weakened. The methods used by Egyptian authorities to investigate and prosecute tomb robbery cases were remarkably sophisticated and demonstrate advanced understanding of criminal investigation techniques. The papyri describe systematic interrogations of suspects, careful analysis of physical evidence, and the use of informants and surveillance to gather intelligence about criminal networks. The effectiveness of these techniques in identifying large numbers of participants and recovering substantial quantities of stolen goods suggests that Egyptian law enforcement had developed considerable expertise in dealing with organized criminal activity. The punishments imposed on convicted tomb robbers were severe and were clearly intended to deter future criminal activity through public demonstrations of the consequences of challenging royal and religious authority. The most common form of execution for tomb robbers was impalement, a particularly brutal method that maximized both suffering and public visibility. The papyri describe public executions where condemned criminals were impaled on stakes and left to die slowly while crowds gathered to witness the enforcement of divine justice. The corruption that facilitated tomb robbery and other criminal activities represents another major theme in New Kingdom crime that reveals the breakdown of traditional moral and legal constraints that had previously maintained social order. The papyri document cases of officials who accepted bribes to overlook criminal activity, judges who rendered favorable verdicts in exchange for payments, and administrators who actively participated in the criminal enterprises they were supposed to be preventing. The scale of corruption revealed in these documents suggests that it had become systemic rather than occasional, creating networks of mutual obligation and shared culpability that made effective law enforcement increasingly difficult. Officials who were themselves involved in criminal activity could hardly be expected to investigate and prosecute similar crimes by others, creating a cycle of impunity that encouraged additional criminal behavior. The international dimensions of New Kingdom criminal activity also deserve attention because they reveal how Egypt's extensive foreign connections created new opportunities for criminal enterprise. The empire's trade networks, diplomatic relationships, and military activities all created channels through which stolen goods could be moved. Criminal techniques could be shared, and corrupt officials could hide their activities. The sophistication of these international criminal networks suggests that crime had become as globalized as legitimate economic and political activities. The economic impact of widespread criminal activity on Egyptian society was probably substantial, though difficult to quantify with precision. The drain of wealth from tomb robbery, the diversion of resources through corruption, and the costs of investigating and prosecuting criminal activity all represented significant burdens on the Egyptian economy. The knowledge that even the most valuable and well-protected treasures were vulnerable to theft may have discouraged investment in prestigious projects and contributed to the general economic decline that characterized the late New Kingdom period. The psychological impact of widespread criminal activity on Egyptian society was equally significant and probably contributed to the breakdown of traditional social bonds and moral constraints that had previously maintained order. The knowledge that officials could be bought, that sacred tombs could be robbed, and that even the most powerful individuals were vulnerable to criminal attack would have fundamentally altered how people thought about authority, security, and social relationships. When we examine the criminal activities of the late New Kingdom period as a whole, we see patterns of behavior that reveal both the opportunities and the vulnerabilities created by imperial success and centralized wealth. The concentration of enormous resources in royal tombs and palace treasuries created irresistible targets for criminal activity, while the complexity of imperial administration created numerous opportunities for corruption and abuse of power. The international character of Egyptian civilization during this period also created new channels for criminal enterprise and made effective law enforcement more difficult and complex. The sophisticated criminal investigation and judicial procedures revealed in the papyri demonstrate that Egyptian authorities understood the challenges they faced and had developed effective techniques for dealing with organized criminal activity. However, the scale and persistence of criminal behavior also suggest that these law enforcement efforts were ultimately inadequate to deal with the underlying social and economic problems that encouraged criminal activity. The combination of economic stress, political instability, and moral decay that characterized the late New Kingdom period created conditions that were conducive to criminal behavior regardless of the severity of legal punishments or the sophistication of investigation techniques. The legacy of New Kingdom criminal activity and law enforcement efforts provides important insights into the relationship between political authority, social order, and criminal behavior in ancient societies. The detailed documentation of these activities in judicial papyri and administrative records represents one of the most complete pictures of ancient criminal justice that has survived from any civilization, offering lessons about human behavior and social organization that remain relevant to modern understanding of crime and law enforcement. The collapse of the New Kingdom around 1077 BCE marked the beginning of what historians call the late period of Egyptian civilization, an era that would witness the rise and fall of numerous dynasties, foreign conquests, and a fundamental transformation in the nature of political violence and criminal behavior. This was no longer the age of great pharaohs commanding vast empires. Instead, Egypt became a fractured land ruled by competing dynasties, foreign invaders, and ambitious priests who had accumulated enough wealth and power to challenge royal authority directly. The murders and conspiracies of this period reflect these changed circumstances, revealing new forms of political violence that were both more localized and, in some ways, more brutal than anything that had come before. The Third Intermediate Period, which lasted from 1077 to 332 BCE, was characterized by political fragmentation that created numerous opportunities for violent conflict between competing centers of power. Egypt was frequently divided between rival dynasties ruling simultaneously in different parts of the country, while foreign powers like the Kushites, Assyrians, and Persians periodically conquered all or part of Egyptian territory. This political instability created conditions that were conducive to violence, as ambitious individuals could take advantage of weak central authority to pursue personal agendas through force and intimidation. One of the most dramatic examples of political violence during this period involves Osorkon III, who ruled during the 23rd dynasty in the 8th century BCE. Osorkon's career illustrates how religious and political authority had become intertwined in ways that created new opportunities for violent conflict. Before becoming pharaoh, Osorkon had served as high priest of Amun at Thebes, one of the most powerful religious positions in Egypt, which gave him control over vast temple resources and extensive networks of supporters throughout Upper Egypt. The transformation of Osorkon from high priest to pharaoh was accomplished through a combination of political maneuvering and outright violence that reveals the breakdown of traditional boundaries between religious and political authority. When conspirators attempted to assassinate him while he was still serving as high priest, Osorkon's response was swift, brutal, and highly personal. Rather than delegating the punishment of the conspirators to subordinates or following established judicial procedures, Osorkon apparently took justice into his own hands, personally killing the plotters and burning their bodies in public as a warning to other potential enemies. This incident is significant not just for its brutality, but for what it reveals about changing concepts of authority and justice during the late period. The fact that a high priest could personally execute enemies and become pharaoh through violence demonstrates how far Egyptian political culture had moved from the elaborate ceremonial and bureaucratic procedures that had characterized earlier periods. Osorkon's actions suggest a more direct, personal approach to political violence that reflected the uncertain and dangerous conditions of his time. The public burning of the conspirators' bodies also represents a significant departure from traditional Egyptian practices regarding the treatment of the dead. Egyptian religious beliefs emphasize the importance of proper burial and mummification for ensuring survival in the afterlife. So the deliberate destruction of bodies through burning was both a practical punishment and a spiritual condemnation that denied the victims any hope of posthumous existence. This use of fire as both a method of execution and a form of spiritual warfare demonstrates the sophisticated understanding of psychological intimidation that characterized late-period political violence. The international context of Osorkon's rise to power also reveals how domestic Egyptian violence had become intertwined with broader regional conflicts during this period. Egypt was facing increasing pressure from Kushite expansion from the south and Assyrian aggression from the northeast, creating conditions where local strongmen like Osorkon could gain support by promising effective military leadership against foreign threats. The conspiracy against Osorkon may have been supported by foreign powers who saw advantages in eliminating a potentially effective Egyptian leader, while his violent response would have sent clear messages to both domestic and foreign enemies about his determination to maintain power. The religious dimensions of Osorkon's violence also deserve attention because they reveal how traditional Egyptian concepts of divine kingship had been adapted to accommodate new realities of political competition and foreign threat. As high priest of Amun, Osorkon could claim divine sanction for his actions, presenting his violence against conspirators as the will of the gods rather than personal revenge. This religious justification for political violence would become increasingly important during periods when traditional claims to royal authority were weak or contested. Our understanding of domestic violence and criminal behavior during the late period is significantly enhanced by the accounts of foreign observers, particularly the Greek historian Herodotus, who visited Egypt during the 27th dynasty when the country was under Persian rule. Herodotus provides fascinating insights into Egyptian attitudes toward violence, crime, and justice that reveal both continuities with earlier periods and significant changes that reflected the impact of foreign conquest and cultural contact. Herodotus describes a society where violence was both more regulated and more explosive than in many other ancient civilizations. On one hand, he notes that Egyptians had elaborate legal procedures for investigating deaths and punishing murderers, suggesting that the traditional emphasis on ma'at and divine justice remained strong even under foreign rule. On the other hand, he also describes incidents of spontaneous mob violence that erupted when traditional religious and social taboos were violated, particularly regarding the treatment of sacred animals that played central roles in Egyptian religious life. The most striking examples of this spontaneous violence involved the killing of cats, which were considered sacred to the goddess Bastet and were protected by religious law as well as popular sentiment. Herodotus describes incidents where foreigners who accidentally killed cats were attacked and killed by angry mobs, despite the efforts of Egyptian authorities to protect them. These incidents reveal the persistence of traditional Egyptian religious beliefs and the willingness of ordinary people to use violence to defend sacred principles, even when such violence might have serious political consequences. The contrast between regulated legal violence and spontaneous religious violence in Herodotus's account reveals important aspects of how Egyptian society had adapted to foreign rule while maintaining core cultural values. The elaborate legal procedures for investigating murders and punishing criminals represented continuity with traditional Egyptian concepts of justice and order. However, the explosive popular violence that could erupt when religious taboos were violated demonstrated that foreign rulers could not completely control Egyptian behavior or eliminate traditional beliefs that might conflict with their own values and interests. Herodotus also provides valuable information about the economic and social factors that contributed to criminal behavior during the Persian period. He describes a law that required all Egyptians to declare their means of livelihood to government officials, with severe punishments for those who could not demonstrate legitimate sources of income. This regulation suggests that theft and other forms of economic crime had become serious problems that required systematic government intervention, while also revealing the sophisticated administrative capabilities that Persian rulers had developed for monitoring and controlling subject populations. The international character of Egypt during the Persian period also created new opportunities for criminal activity that had not existed during earlier periods of native rule. The presence of foreign administrators, merchants, and soldiers created complex networks of economic and social relationships that could be exploited by criminals with appropriate connections and skills. The diversity of legal traditions and cultural practices within the Persian Empire also created opportunities for individuals to evade justice by moving between different jurisdictions or exploiting conflicts between different legal systems. The Persian period also saw allegations of systematic violence and brutality by foreign rulers that went far beyond traditional concepts of political violence or criminal behavior. The Persian king Cambyses II, who conquered Egypt in 525 BCE, was accused by later Egyptian and Greek sources of committing numerous atrocities against Egyptian religious institutions and cultural practices. These allegations included the killing of the sacred Apis bull, the execution of Egyptian priests and officials, and the deliberate destruction of temples and religious artifacts. However, modern historians are generally skeptical of these accusations, recognizing that they were probably exaggerated or invented by later Egyptian and Greek writers who wanted to portray Persian rule as illegitimate and oppressive. The alleged atrocities attributed to Cambyses fit too neatly with ancient stereotypes about Oriental despotism and religious fanaticism to be accepted uncritically as historical fact. More likely, these stories represent propaganda designed to justify later rebellions against Persian rule and to maintain Egyptian cultural identity under foreign domination. The distinction between legitimate warfare and political repression on one hand, and criminal violence on the other becomes particularly important when analyzing the Persian period and later foreign conquests of Egypt. Foreign rulers certainly used violence to establish and maintain their authority, But this violence was generally directed toward specific political and military objectives, rather than representing the kind of serial or pathological criminal behavior that we've been examining in earlier periods. The challenge for historians is to distinguish between state violence that was considered legitimate by ancient standards and truly criminal behavior that violated accepted norms, even in violent societies. The rebellions against Persian rule that periodically erupted during the 5th and 4th centuries BCE also involved significant violence. But again, this violence was generally motivated by political and nationalist objectives rather than personal criminal behavior. Leaders like Inaros and Amirtaeus, who organized resistance to Persian rule, certainly killed their enemies and destroyed Persian installations. But their actions were directed toward the politically legitimate goal of restoring Egyptian independence rather than personal enrichment or gratification through violence. The Ptolemaic period, which began with Alexander the Great's conquest of Egypt in 332 BCE and lasted until the Roman conquest in 30 BCE, represents perhaps the most systematically violent dynasty in Egyptian history. But the violence was concentrated within the royal family itself rather than being directed outward toward the general population. The Ptolemies, who were Macedonian Greeks rather than native Egyptians, established a tradition of intrafamilial violence that can only be described as dynastic serial killing, with successive generations of rulers systematically murdering their own relatives to eliminate potential challenges to their authority. This pattern of family violence among the Ptolemies was so consistent and extensive that it represents a unique phenomenon in ancient political history. Unlike the occasional palace conspiracies and succession crises that had characterized earlier Egyptian dynasties, Ptolemaic violence was routine, systematic, and accepted as a normal part of royal governance. Brothers killed brothers, parents killed children, and spouses killed each other with such regularity that survival to old age became a remarkable achievement for members of the royal family. The roots of this dynastic violence lay in the peculiar circumstances of Ptolemaic rule and the challenges they faced in maintaining authority over a foreign population while competing with other Hellenistic kingdoms for territory and influence in the eastern Mediterranean. The Ptolemies ruled Egypt as foreign conquerors, who maintained their authority through military force and administrative efficiency, rather than traditional claims to divine kingship or popular support. This precarious position made them particularly vulnerable to challenges from within their own family, as any family member with royal blood could potentially claim the throne and attract support from dissatisfied subjects or foreign enemies. The Ptolemaic practice of sibling marriage, which was intended to preserve the purity of the royal bloodline and concentrate legitimate claims to the throne within a limited number of individuals, actually exacerbated the potential for violent conflict by creating complex webs of competing interests and overlapping claims. When brothers and sisters were also husbands and wives, and when their children could claim inheritance rights from multiple sources, the potential for succession disputes and family violence increased exponentially. Perhaps the most notorious example of Ptolemaic family violence involves Ptolemy VIII, known by the unflattering nickname Physcon, meaning potbelly, whose reign in the 2nd century BCE was marked by some of the most horrific acts of family violence in ancient history. Ptolemy VIII's conflicts with his sister wives Cleopatra II and Cleopatra III created a complex web of competing claims and shifting alliances that ultimately resulted in civil war and systematic murder within the royal family. The most shocking incident in this family conflict occurred when Ptolemy VIII murdered his own son, Ptolemy Memphis, who was also the son of Cleopatra II and therefore represented a potential rallying point for opposition to his rule. The murder itself was brutal enough, but Ptolemy VIII's disposal of the body was designed to maximize psychological impact and terrorize his enemies. He had the child's body dismembered and the pieces sent to Cleopatra II in a chest as a birthday present. an act of cruelty that shocked even the violence-accustomed observers of the ancient world. This incident reveals several important aspects of Ptolemaic political culture and the psychology of dynastic violence. The decision to murder his own son demonstrates the complete subordination of family relationships to political calculations, while the deliberate brutality of the disposal method shows sophisticated understanding of psychological warfare and the use of terror as a political tool. The timing of the delivery as a birthday present adds an element of sadistic personal revenge that goes beyond mere political necessity and suggests genuine pathological behavior. The international reaction to Ptolemy the Ornate's actions also reveals the limits of acceptable behavior even in the violent world of Hellenistic politics. Contemporary sources describe widespread revulsion at the murder and dismemberment of the child, and the incident apparently cost Ptolemy VIII significant support among both Egyptian subjects and foreign allies. This suggests that while family violence was common among the Ptolemies, there were still boundaries of acceptable behavior that could not be crossed without political consequences. Ptolemy the Great's other murders and violent acts follow similar patterns of calculated cruelty designed to eliminate potential rivals while terrorizing survivors into submission. He systematically eliminated other family members who might challenge his authority, including brothers, cousins, and even distant relatives who had any claim to royal blood. The thoroughness of these purges suggests both paranoid fear of potential rivals and sophisticated understanding of how to use violence to maintain political control. The methods used by Ptolemy VIII and other Ptolemaic rulers for eliminating family members reveal considerable sophistication in both planning and execution. Poison was a favored method because it could be administered secretly and allowed the killer to maintain plausible deniability about the cause of death. However, more dramatic methods like stabbing, strangulation, and even public execution were also used when the political situation required clear demonstration of the ruler's power and determination. The role of palace officials and foreign advisors in facilitating Ptolemaic family violence also deserves attention because it reveals how extensive networks of collaborators were necessary to carry out systematic murder within royal households. Guards, servants, physicians, and administrators all had to be recruited or coerced into participating in or concealing evidence of royal murders. The ability of Ptolemaic rulers to maintain these networks of complicity over extended periods demonstrates both their political skill and the corruption that had infected Egyptian government institutions. The gender dimensions of Ptolemaic violence are particularly complex because women played unusually prominent roles in both perpetrating and suffering from family murders. Ptolemaic queens were not passive victims of male violence, but were active participants in political conspiracies who frequently initiated or supported violent actions against their own relatives. The complex marriage relationships within the Ptolemaic family, where women might be simultaneously daughters, sisters, wives, and mothers to different potential targets, created opportunities for female-initiated violence that were unusual in ancient political systems. Cleopatra VII, the last Ptolemaic ruler and the most famous member of the dynasty, continued the family tradition of systematic violence against relatives, while also demonstrating the international dimensions that such violence could acquire during the late Hellenistic period. Cleopatra's conflicts with her brothers Ptolemy XIII and Ptolemy XIV, who served as co-rulers according to traditional Ptolemaic practice, followed familiar patterns of sibling rivalry and murder that had characterized the dynasty for centuries. The death of Ptolemy XIV, who died under mysterious circumstances around 44 BCE, shortly after Cleopatra had secured Roman support for her position, almost certainly represents another case of Ptolemaic fratricide. While the exact method of his elimination is not recorded in contemporary sources, the timing strongly suggests that Cleopatra had him poisoned or otherwise murdered to eliminate potential challenges to her authority. and to ensure that her son by Julius Caesar would inherit the throne without competition from legitimate Ptolemaic rivals. Cleopatra's execution of her sister Arsinoe IV represents an even more dramatic example of Ptolemaic family violence because it involved international coordination and the violation of religious sanctuary that shocked contemporary observers. Arsinoe had opposed Cleopatra during the Alexandrian War and had briefly ruled Egypt with popular support before being defeated and exiled by Julius Caesar, rather than accepting this exile as sufficient punishment. Cleopatra apparently convinced Mark Antony to have Arsinoe assassinated while she was living under the protection of the Temple of Artemis at Ephesus. The assassination of Arsinoe was significant, not just as another example of Ptolemaic family violence, but as a demonstration of how such violence had become internationalized during the late Hellenistic period. The fact that a Roman general was willing to violate Greek religious sanctuary to eliminate a member of the Egyptian royal family shows how the traditional boundaries between different political and religious systems had broken down in favor of personal relationships and political expedience. The violation of religious sanctuary involved in Arsinoe's murder also represents a significant escalation in the brutality and sacrilege associated with Ptolemaic violence. Ancient Mediterranean societies generally respected the concept of religious asylum, and the deliberate murder of someone who had sought sanctuary in a temple was considered both a crime against the victim and an offense against the gods who protected the sanctuary. The willingness of Cleopatra and Mark Antony to commit such an act demonstrates their desperation to eliminate all potential rivals, regardless of the religious and political consequences. The methods used to carry out Arsinoe's assassination also reveal the sophisticated international networks that had developed to support Ptolemaic political violence. Roman agents working on behalf of Mark Antony would have needed detailed intelligence about Arsinoe's location and security arrangements, coordination with local collaborators in Ephesus, and careful planning to ensure that the murder could be carried out without leaving evidence that could be traced back to its instigators. The success of this operation demonstrates the extensive resources and expertise available to major political figures during the late Hellenistic period. The psychological impact of systematic family violence on Ptolemaic political culture and on Egyptian society more generally was probably profound, though it is difficult to measure directly from the available sources. The knowledge that royal family members routinely murdered each other for political advantage would have fundamentally altered how people thought about authority, loyalty, and family relationships. The normalization of such extreme violence within the ruling family may have contributed to broader social acceptance of violence as a legitimate method for resolving conflicts and pursuing personal objectives. The economic costs of Ptolemaic family violence were also significant, though again difficult to quantify precisely. The constant succession crises and civil wars that resulted from family murders disrupted trade, agriculture, and administration, while requiring enormous expenditures on military forces and security measures. The international complications that arose from incidents like Arsinoe's assassination also damaged Egypt's relationships with other powers and probably reduced the kingdom's ability to attract foreign investment and support. The religious implications of Ptolemaic violence also deserve consideration because they reveal how traditional Egyptian concepts of divine kingship and cosmic order had been adapted to accommodate foreign rule and systematic family murder. The Ptolemies maintained the traditional pharaonic claim to divine status, while simultaneously engaging in behavior that would have been considered abhorrent to traditional Egyptian religious sensibilities. This contradiction probably contributed to the gradual erosion of religious authority and popular support that ultimately made the dynasty vulnerable to Roman conquest. The international context of Ptolemaic violence also reveals how domestic Egyptian political conflicts had become intertwined with broader Mediterranean power struggles during the Hellenistic period. Family murders within the Ptolemaic dynasty were not simply domestic affairs, but had implications for Roman politics, Greek culture, and the balance of power throughout the Eastern Mediterranean. The involvement of figures like Julius Caesar and Mark Antony in Ptolemaic family conflicts demonstrates how Egyptian royal violence had become a factor in international politics and diplomacy. The technological and organizational aspects of Ptolemaic violence also reveal significant innovations in the methods and resources available for carrying out political murder during the Hellenistic period. The use of professional assassins, international intelligence networks, and sophisticated poison delivery systems all demonstrate advances in the techniques available for eliminating political enemies. These innovations probably influenced political violence throughout the Hellenistic world and may have contributed to the general increase in assassination and conspiracy that characterized the period. The legal and judicial dimensions of Ptolemaic violence also provide insights into how traditional Egyptian concepts of justice and law had been modified to accommodate dynastic murder and political assassination. The Ptolemies apparently operated under the assumption that royal family members were above ordinary law and could eliminate each other without formal legal proceedings or public justification. This represents a significant departure from earlier Egyptian traditions that had emphasized the importance of ma'at and divine justice in all royal actions. The gender-specific aspects of Ptolemaic violence also reveal how traditional concepts of appropriate female behavior had been modified to accommodate the realities of royal politics in a violent age. Ptolemaic queens were expected to be capable of both initiating and surviving assassination attempts, participating in military campaigns, and managing complex international relationships that might require the elimination of family members. This represents a significant expansion of female political roles compared to earlier periods of Egyptian history. The cultural legacy of Ptolemaic violence has continued to influence how modern people think about ancient Egypt and the nature of political power in the ancient world. The dramatic stories of figures like Ptolemy VIII and Cleopatra VII have captured popular imagination precisely because they reveal the human costs of political ambition and the extremes to which people will go to obtain and maintain power. These stories also provide important insights into the psychological and social factors that can lead to the normalization of extreme violence within political institutions. When we examine the late period of Egyptian history as a whole, we see a civilization that had lost much of its earlier confidence in divine order and traditional authority, while adapting to new realities of foreign conquest and international competition. The violence that characterized this period reflects both the opportunities and the vulnerabilities created by political fragmentation and cultural change. The murders and conspiracies of figures like Osurkhan III and the Ptolemaic dynasty represent different responses to the challenge of maintaining authority in an increasingly uncertain and dangerous world. The systematic nature of Ptolemaic family violence also represents a unique phenomenon in world history that demonstrates how political institutions can become corrupted by the very logic that is supposed to justify their existence. The Ptolemaic emphasis on royal blood and family inheritance as the basis for political authority created incentives for family murder that ultimately undermined the stability and legitimacy that such systems are supposed to provide. This paradox provides important lessons about the relationship between political institutions and violence that remain relevant to modern understanding of power and authority. The international dimensions of late-period Egyptian violence also reveal how domestic political conflicts can become intertwined with broader patterns of regional instability and cultural change. The murders and conspiracies that we have examined were not simply Egyptian affairs, but reflected broader tensions and opportunities created by the interaction between different political, cultural, and religious systems throughout the ancient Mediterranean world. Understanding these connections is crucial for appreciating the full significance of late-period violence and its impact on both Egyptian civilization and ancient history more generally. As we reach the end of our journey through 3 millennia of Egyptian violence and crime, it's crucial to address a fundamental question that has probably occurred to many viewers. can we really apply the modern concept of serial killer to ancient Egypt? Or are we forcing contemporary categories onto historical realities that operated according to completely different logic and motivations? This isn't just an academic quibble about definitions. It's a fundamental methodological challenge that affects how we understand both ancient Egyptian society and the broader patterns of human criminal behavior across different historical periods. The modern definition of serial killing, as developed by criminal psychologists and law enforcement agencies, typically requires several specific elements. Multiple murders committed by the same individual or group, with cooling-off periods between crimes, psychological gratification as a primary motive, and victims who are usually strangers to the perpetrator. This definition was created to help modern investigators understand and catch contemporary criminals who kill for psychological reasons rather than obvious material or political gain. When we try to apply this framework to ancient Egypt, we immediately encounter problems that reveal both the limitations of modern categories and the complexity of ancient social realities. The first and most obvious problem is that the vast majority of violence we've examined in ancient Egypt was politically motivated rather than psychologically driven in the modern sense. The palace conspiracies, royal assassinations, and dynastic murders that dominate our sources were all carried out by people who had clear political objectives: seizing power, eliminating rivals, or protecting their own positions within competitive court hierarchies. While some of these individuals, like Ptolemy VIII or Peneb, certainly displayed what we might recognize as psychopathic characteristics, their violence was fundamentally instrumental rather than expressive, aimed at achieving specific goals rather than satisfying psychological needs. This instrumental nature of ancient Egyptian violence doesn't make it less systematic or less horrifying. But it does mean that it operated according to different logic than modern serial killing. The Ptolemaic dynasty's pattern of intrafamilial murder, for example, represents what we might call serial behavior in the sense that it was repeated across multiple generations and involved similar methods and motivations. However, this pattern was sustained by institutional and cultural factors rather than individual pathology, making it fundamentally different from modern serial killing even when the end results were equally brutal. The social context of ancient Egyptian violence also differs significantly from modern serial killing in ways that affect how we should understand and categorize these behaviors. Modern serial killers typically operate as isolated individuals who violate social norms and legal prohibitions in pursuit of personal gratification. Ancient Egyptian political violence, by contrast, often enjoyed social sanction and institutional support, even when it violated religious principles or moral ideals. The execution of tomb robbers, the elimination of palace conspirators, and even some forms of dynastic murder were considered legitimate expressions of royal authority rather than criminal behavior. This doesn't mean that ancient Egyptians were more tolerant of violence than modern people, but rather that they drew different distinctions between legitimate and illegitimate uses of force. The concept of Ma'at provided a framework for evaluating violence that emphasized cosmic order and divine justice, rather than individual rights or psychological health. From this perspective, violence that restored order and punished wrongdoing was not only acceptable but necessary, regardless of how brutal or systematic it might appear to modern observers. The evidentiary challenges we face in studying ancient Egyptian violence also complicate any attempt to apply modern categories to historical cases. Modern serial killer investigations benefit from extensive forensic evidence, psychological profiles, witness testimony, and detailed crime scene analysis that allow investigators to understand both the methods and motivations of perpetrators. Ancient Egyptian sources provide nothing comparable to this level of detail, forcing us to reconstruct criminal behavior from fragmentary legal documents, propagandistic royal inscriptions, and archaeological evidence that often raises more questions than it answers. The social bias of our sources also affects what kinds of violence are documented and how they are presented. Ancient Egyptian records were created primarily by and for elite audiences who were more interested in political conspiracies and royal succession disputes than in the criminal behavior of ordinary people. This means that we know far more about palace murders than about common crimes, and more about the elimination of political rivals than about violence motivated by personal psychological factors. The absence of detailed records about lower-class violence doesn't necessarily mean that such violence didn't occur, but it does mean that we can't make confident statements about its frequency or characteristics. Despite these methodological challenges, there are certainly contexts where the metaphor of serial behavior remains useful for understanding ancient Egyptian violence, particularly when we focus on patterns of repeated criminal activity rather than specific psychological motivations. The tomb robbers who systematically plundered Egyptian necropolises over periods of years or decades clearly engaged in serial criminal behavior, even if their motivations were economic rather than psychological. These criminal enterprises involved repeated violations of the same types of laws, similar methods and techniques, and often the same groups of perpetrators working together over extended periods. The systematic natures of tomb robbery during the late New Kingdom period reveals organizational structures and behavioral patterns that closely parallel modern organized crime. The specialized roles within tomb robber gangs, the development of techniques for bypassing security measures, the establishment of networks for disposing of stolen goods, and the corruption of officials who should have been preventing such crimes all demonstrate forms of serial criminal behavior that transcend specific historical periods and cultural contexts. Similarly, the patterns of political violence that characterize certain dynasties and periods can usefully be described as serial, in the sense that they involved repeated applications of similar methods for similar purposes. The Ptolemaic tradition of intrafamilial murder represents a form of institutionalized serial violence that was passed down through generations and became an accepted part of political culture. While individual Ptolemaic rulers may not have been serial killers in the modern psychological sense, the dynasty as a whole certainly engaged in serial killing as a systematic political strategy. The challenge is to use these metaphors and comparisons in ways that illuminate, rather than obscure, the specific characteristics of ancient Egyptian violence. When we describe tomb robbers as serial criminals or dynastic murders as serial killing, we need to be clear about what we mean and how these ancient patterns both resemble and differ from modern phenomena. The goal should be to understand ancient Egyptian society on its own terms, while also recognizing broader patterns of human behavior that transcend specific historical contexts. The rarity of lower-class criminal cases in our sources represents one of the most significant limitations in our understanding of ancient Egyptian violence and crime. While we have extensive documentation of political conspiracies, royal assassinations, and high-level corruption, we know very little about the criminal behavior of ordinary Egyptians or the kinds of interpersonal violence that probably made up the majority of actual crimes. This documentation bias doesn't necessarily reflect the actual distribution of criminal behavior, but rather the priorities and interests of the people who created and preserved our sources. The few glimpses we do get of common criminal behavior, such as the Paineb case from Deir el-Medina, suggest that ordinary Egyptians were capable of sustained criminal careers that involved multiple types of illegal activity over extended periods. Paineb's alleged crimes included theft, corruption, assault, sexual violence, and possibly murder, representing a pattern of escalating criminal behavior that would be familiar to modern criminologists. The fact that such behavior could continue for years within a small, tightly knit community suggests either that Egyptian mechanisms for detecting and punishing crime were inadequate, or that individuals with sufficient skills and connections could manipulate these mechanisms to avoid consequences. The social dynamics revealed in the Paneb case also suggest that Egyptian communities may have been more tolerant of certain types of criminal behavior than modern societies, particularly when the perpetrators held positions of authority or had valuable skills that the community needed. Paneb's position as foreman of the royal tomb workers gave him considerable leverage over his potential accusers, and may have protected him from official action even when his crimes were widely known. This pattern of tolerance for elite criminal behavior would be repeated throughout Egyptian history and probably contributed to the persistence of corruption and violence within Egyptian institutions. The international dimensions of Egyptian criminal behavior also deserve consideration when evaluating the applicability of modern concepts to ancient realities. The tomb robbers and corrupt officials who operated during the New Kingdom period were not simply local criminals, but participants in international networks that included foreign merchants, diplomatic officials, and criminal organizations operating across multiple political jurisdictions. This international character of ancient Egyptian crime anticipates modern patterns of organized criminal activity and suggests that some forms of criminal behavior have remained remarkably consistent across different historical periods and cultural contexts. The technological and organizational sophistication of some ancient Egyptian criminal enterprises also parallels modern patterns in ways that suggest fundamental continuities in human criminal behavior. The planning, coordination, and execution required for successful tomb robbery or palace conspiracy demanded skills and resources that were comparable to those required for modern organized crime. The ability of ancient Egyptian criminals to corrupt officials, manipulate legal systems, and evade justice for extended periods demonstrates organizational capabilities that would be impressive even by contemporary standards. However, the most important differences between ancient and modern criminal behavior probably lie not in the methods or motivations of individual criminals, but in the social and institutional contexts within which criminal behavior occurred. Ancient Egyptian society operated according to fundamentally different principles of authority, justice, and individual rights than modern societies, creating different opportunities and constraints for both criminal behavior and official responses to crime. The concept of ma'at provides the key to understanding how ancient Egyptians thought about violence, crime, and justice in ways that both resemble and differ from modern approaches. Ma'at was not simply a legal principle, but a cosmic force that governed all aspects of existence, from the movement of celestial bodies to the behavior of individual people. Violence that served Ma'at by restoring order and punishing wrongdoing was not only acceptable but necessary, while violence that violated Ma'at by disrupting order and harming the innocent was considered both criminal and spiritually dangerous. This cosmic dimension of Egyptian justice created a framework for understanding violence that was both more flexible and more absolute than modern legal systems. On one hand, the emphasis on restoring cosmic order rather than following specific procedural rules gave Egyptian authorities considerable discretion in how they investigated crimes and punished criminals. This flexibility allowed for creative and severe punishments that were designed to match the specific nature of particular crimes and to send clear messages about the consequences of violating divine order. On the other hand, the absolute nature of Ma'at as a cosmic principle meant that violations of divine order were considered infinitely serious regardless of their immediate practical consequences. The murder of a pharaoh was not just a political crime, but a violation of the fundamental structure of the universe that required extreme measures to correct. This absolute quality of Egyptian justice explains both the severity of punishments for serious crimes and the elaborate measures that Egyptian society developed for dealing with the spiritual as well as practical consequences of criminal behavior. The various mechanisms that Egyptian society developed for repairing the cosmic damage caused by serious crimes reveal sophisticated understanding of the psychological and social factors that contribute to criminal behavior and the long-term consequences of violence for community stability. The elaborate judicial procedures documented in papyri, like those recording the Harem conspiracy, show that Egyptians understood the importance of thorough investigation, proper evidence gathering, and systematic punishment for maintaining public confidence in justice and deterring future criminal behavior. The practice of erasing the names and images of serious criminals from official records represents another sophisticated mechanism for dealing with the long-term consequences of criminal behavior. This damnatio memoriae was not simply revenge against dead criminals, but a systematic attempt to eliminate the cultural memory of criminal behavior and prevent criminals from achieving the immortality that was considered the ultimate goal of human existence. By denying criminals any form of posthumous recognition, Egyptian authorities were attempting to remove the potential glorification of criminal behavior that might inspire future imitators. The elaborate cursed texts that protected tomb complexes and other important sites represent yet another mechanism for deterring criminal behavior through the manipulation of cultural beliefs and psychological fears. These texts were not simply superstitious warnings, but sophisticated attempts to create psychological barriers that would discourage potential criminals even when physical security measures were inadequate. The effectiveness of these psychological deterrents can be measured by their persistence throughout Egyptian history, and their continued use even after traditional Egyptian religious beliefs had been largely abandoned. The physical evidence preserved in Egyptian mummies and archaeological sites provides crucial confirmation that the violence described in literary and legal texts was real and systematic rather than merely symbolic or propagandistic. The forensic analysis of royal mummies like those of Ramesses III and the Screaming Mummy, identified as Prince Pentawere, provides direct physical evidence of the brutal realities behind ancient accounts of political conspiracy and assassination. These forensic discoveries not only confirm the accuracy of ancient sources, but also reveal details about ancient criminal methods and forensic capabilities that are not mentioned in textual records. The archaeological evidence from sites like Deir el-Medina also provides important insights into the social and economic contexts within which criminal behavior occurred. The discovery of Paneb's accusation papyrus in a rubbish heap, rather than an official archive, suggests that the investigation of his crimes may not have been completed or that the results were deliberately suppressed. This kind of archaeological context helps us understand not only what crimes occurred, but also how Egyptian institutions responded to criminal behavior and what factors influenced the success or failure of justice mechanisms. The preservation of execution sites and mass burial grounds also provides direct evidence of how Egyptian authorities dealt with convicted criminals and the scale of criminal activity during different periods. The discovery of mass graves containing individuals who show signs of violent death, often with evidence of torture or ritual humiliation, confirms that Egyptian justice was indeed as brutal as literary sources suggest. The systematic nature of these burials also suggests that mass executions were regular occurrences rather than exceptional responses to particular crises. The international comparative evidence for Egyptian criminal behavior and justice mechanisms also helps us understand both the unique characteristics of Egyptian civilization and the broader patterns of human behavior that transcend specific cultural contexts. The similarities between Egyptian tomb robbery networks and criminal organizations in other ancient civilizations suggest that certain forms of criminal behavior emerge naturally from specific social and economic conditions, regardless of particular cultural traditions or religious beliefs. The differences between Egyptian and Mesopotamian approaches to criminal justice also reveal how different cultural values and institutional structures can shape responses to criminal behavior in ways that affect both the frequency and the character of criminal activity. The Egyptian emphasis on divine kingship and cosmic order created different incentives and constraints for criminal behavior than the Mesopotamian focus on written law codes and proportional punishment. These differences help us understand how cultural factors influence both criminal behavior and official responses to crime. The persistence of certain forms of criminal behavior throughout Egyptian history also suggests that some aspects of human criminal behavior are relatively independent of specific cultural and institutional contexts. The repeated patterns of tomb robbery, official corruption, and political conspiracy that characterized different periods of Egyptian history suggest that these behaviors reflect fundamental aspects of human psychology and social organization, rather than particular historical circumstances or cultural traditions. However, the variations in how these behaviors were expressed and the institutional responses they provoked also demonstrate the importance of specific cultural and historical contexts for understanding criminal behavior. The evolution of Egyptian criminal justice, from the largely informal mechanisms of the Old Kingdom to the elaborate bureaucratic procedures of the New Kingdom, reflects broader changes in Egyptian society and government that affected both the opportunities for criminal behavior and the resources available for preventing and punishing crime. The long-term consequences of Egyptian approaches to criminal justice also provide important insights into the relationship between justice mechanisms and social stability. The eventual breakdown of Egyptian criminal justice systems during periods of political fragmentation was both a cause and a consequence of broader social instability, suggesting that effective crime control is both dependent on and necessary for maintaining broader social order. The cultural legacy of Egyptian criminal justice, particularly the emphasis on cosmic order and divine sanction, influenced legal and religious thinking throughout the ancient Mediterranean world and continues to affect modern concepts of justice and punishment. The Egyptian understanding that criminal behavior has both practical and spiritual consequences, and that effective justice must address both dimensions, remains relevant to contemporary discussions about crime and punishment, even though the specific mechanisms have changed dramatically. When we consider the full range of evidence for criminal behavior and justice mechanisms in ancient Egypt, several important conclusions emerge that help us understand both the specific characteristics of Egyptian civilization and broader patterns of human behavior that transcend particular historical periods. First, ancient Egypt clearly experienced all the major forms of criminal behavior that characterize modern societies, including murder, theft, corruption, organized crime, and various forms of violence that can reasonably be described as serial in nature, even if they don't conform exactly to modern psychological definitions. Second, Egyptian society developed sophisticated mechanisms for investigating, prosecuting, and punishing criminal behavior that demonstrate advanced understanding of the psychological and social factors that contribute to crime and the institutional requirements for maintaining effective justice systems. The elaborate judicial procedures, forensic techniques, and punishment systems documented in Egyptian sources rival modern systems in their sophistication and effectiveness. Third, the Egyptian emphasis on cosmic order and divine justice created a framework for understanding criminal behavior that was both more flexible and more absolute than modern legal systems, allowing for creative and severe responses to criminal behavior while maintaining consistency with broader cultural values and religious beliefs. This framework provided both practical tools for dealing with crime and ideological justifications for the exercise of state power that helped maintain social stability over extended periods. Fourth, the documentation of Egyptian criminal behavior and justice mechanisms provides crucial evidence for understanding the development of human civilization and the relationship between social organization, cultural values, and individual behavior. The patterns revealed in Egyptian sources help us understand both the continuities and the changes in human criminal behavior across different historical periods and cultural contexts. Finally, the study of ancient Egyptian crime and justice demonstrates the importance of understanding historical phenomena on their own terms, while also recognizing broader patterns that transcend specific cultural and temporal boundaries. The challenge is to appreciate the unique characteristics of ancient Egyptian civilization while also learning from Egyptian experiences about fundamental aspects of human behavior and social organization that remain relevant to contemporary concerns about crime, justice, and social order. The mummies and papyri that have preserved evidence of Egyptian criminal behavior and justice mechanisms for thousands of years serve as silent witnesses to the eternal human struggles with violence, corruption, and the pursuit of justice. They remind us that while the specific forms and contexts of criminal behavior may change, the fundamental challenges of maintaining order and protecting innocent people from violence remain constant across all human societies. The Egyptian response to these challenges, with its combination of practical investigation techniques and cosmic justice principles, offers both positive and negative lessons that continue to inform modern approaches to crime and punishment. The Egyptian understanding that criminal behavior disrupts not only immediate social relationships, but also the broader cosmic order that sustains all life, provides a perspective on crime and justice that modern societies might benefit from considering. While we may not share Egyptian beliefs about divine kingship or cosmic order, the recognition that criminal behavior has consequences that extend far beyond its immediate victims, and that effective justice requires attention to both practical and symbolic dimensions, remains relevant to contemporary discussions about crime and punishment. So there you have it, the dark underbelly of ancient Egypt in all its brutal complexity. From the palace conspiracies of the Old Kingdom to the systematic family murders of the Ptolemaic dynasty, we've seen how one of history's greatest civilizations grappled with the same fundamental challenges of violence, corruption, and criminal behavior that continue to plague human societies today. The Egyptians may not have had serial killers in exactly the modern sense, but they certainly had serial criminals, systematic violence, and sophisticated mechanisms for both perpetrating and punishing crimes that would be familiar to any student of modern criminal justice. Most importantly, they understood that the fight against crime and violence is ultimately a fight for the soul of civilization itself, a battle between the forces of order and chaos that each generation must fight anew. Sweet dreams. And remember to lock your doors, because apparently even God kings weren't safe from a knife in the dark.